If you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead.
I think it's showtime. Showtime. Oh yeah, this is it. Oh no. This is it. Is this it? It's not. Is it? Isn't it? Is it? Good morning. All right, here it goes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to felony first appearance hearings. I am Judge Lindsay Glazer. I will be presiding today. The video for first appearance hearings has been played to all defendants. I need everybody to please stand up. Everybody testifying, please stand up. Raise your right hand. Be sworn in my right.
Good morning, everybody. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do. I do.
Juran o afirman que el testimonio que darán será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Si es así, digan, lo juro.
Madam Interpreter, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
I do, Evelyn Diaz, certified Spanish interpreter.
Good morning. If there's anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room.
Si alguno de los presentes en Zoom quiere que se llame su caso, por favor, escriba el nombre del acusado en el chat.
But we're going to call up the private lawyers after the extradition matter, so you don't have to raise your hand on Zoom. We'll pull your case at a turn. Let's get started. Can the attorneys announce, please state?
Good morning, Your Honor. Honor Ramos on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Sturgis, also on behalf of the State Attorney's Office this morning.
Good morning. So,
Sorry, Assistant Public Defender, good morning.
good morning. One second. Okay, great. So let's get started with extraditions. The first case is Joanne McCollum. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested on a warrant from the state of Georgia. The warrant was issued on November 17th of 2024, and the charge is theft by conversion. There is no bonds on this warrant, and I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. A waiver of extradition is the quickest way out of this jail. You would be sent to Georgia within 30 days after your Miami case is closed. You have an open felony, so that case has to be closed out. Once it's closed out, you're brought back here, and we need to fight Georgia. They have up to 30 days to pick you up, and if they don't pick you up within 30 days, you get released. The other choice, that's a waiver. The other choice is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the arrest warrant. You are not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you are wanted in Georgia. A lawyer will be appointed for you if you cannot afford one, and your lawyer will be able to challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant, but you will be in our jail up to 90 days while that process takes place. Do you know what you would like to do? Do you want to waive extradition or contest extradition?
I want to waive extradition.
That's a smart choice. That's what most people do. They get out of here as quick as possible once the local is closed. That way. Do you have a date yet or no? Correction, do you have a date for her for the local or not yet?
I don't have a local for her, Your Honor.
F24-24084?
It's not on the card.
Is that the card? Then she ain't even, hold on, I paid on the card. 1 second. Give me a call, please. F, go ahead. Two 4084. What is the charge? Do you show a date on it? Huh? So the problem is you got kicked out of pretrial intervention program. Is that what it's called? PTI. And so what usually happens is you're taken into custody on that case because you have an open case. I personally don't care if she goes to Georgia.
But her understanding is that this case is the same underlying facts as a Miami case.
What is it? A stolen car? Something like that?
Yeah, it's the same.
The charge here is grand theft auto. She's
I
a
have no
separate
problem
prosecution.
with holding her on it. Will Georgia pick her up? I don't know. Ms. Gomez, what do you want to say?
I'd like to reach out to the assigned trial prosecutor in the local charge and get his position.
Because it's the same, I think it's the same case. She's saying it's the same underlying facts. It probably is. It's alleged the car, I think, was stolen in Georgia and she brought it here. I'm not sure. That's what-
I don't know either, but if you could reset for tomorrow, I'll reach out to the trial prosecutor.
Tomorrow and see if we can start the expedition or not.
Right.
Instead of 4/16. All right. We'll let you know. Okay, next week, and please sign the waiver of paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported to Georgia. Ms. Corey, if there's anything you wish to input, I'm happy to listen.
Judge, if it's the same vehicle, I'm hoping the state will reach out to the state attorney in Georgia and the one here, and if they confirm it's the same vehicle, then
It should be in Georgia. So
but she's already been arrested and been working with the deferred prosecution program here. It should be here.
she bounced out of it.
Well, she can't bounce out of it for the same exact crime, Judge. It's
No,
not a
no,
bounce out.
No, I was told, okay, I don't know.
You know what I mean? If it's not any new activity and it's the same car, it's either gonna be prosecuted one place or the other, and if she's already. So hopefully Ms. Romas can figure that out for tomorrow.
You understand, Ms. Romas? We're just trying to, it's a.
Yeah, I understand. I'll reach out to Deputy Toyos to get the warrant from Georgia because I don't have that information to know whether it's the same vehicle. And I'll reach out to the division prosecutor.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you tomorrow and sort it out. Next, we have Jacob.
Dennis, first reset for tomorrow?
Please. Jacob Walker is a quash. Then we have Lamar Lewis. Mr. Lewis has, hi, Mr. Lewis, Metro West one. His locals are closed. That's great news. We could start the expedition for Pennsylvania. I'll set it in 15 days. Sometimes they need an extension of time. So the reset date will be April 25th. No, April 30th, excuse me. Reset April 30th, and hopefully they don't need an extension of time. They'll come get you. Sometimes they do. Pennsylvania is hard to read. Okay, have a good day. Cases, both cases reset 4:30. Next is Bernadette Florima on Zoom, Metro West 2. Good morning. Sir, we have locals pending. The next court date will be April 24th. So we'll see you on Friday, April 25th.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Yeah,
The extradition I have in Georgia, do you know what county it is?
well, it says Gwinnett County, Georgia. Isn't that Atlanta? I think, I'm not sure. Lawrence. Anyway, he has a local misdemeanor set when? Let's see what's going on with the felony before we worry about the misdemeanor. We'll reset it April 25th. See you then, sir. Then we have Wahid Anderson. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Arrest warrant from Georgia, parole violation. The warrant was issued on April 1st of 2025. So there is no bond on the warrant. I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. A waiver of extradition is the quickest way out of this jail. Georgia would have up to 30 days to pick you up. If they don't pick you up within 30 days, you get released. The other choice is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the warrant. You're not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you're wanted in Georgia. You got to hold it down. Excuse me. So if you want to contest the extradition, that's fine too. You'll be in our jail up to 90 days. So that the state can obtain a governor's warrant to send you to Georgia. So what would you like to do? Waiver, contest?
Waive.
That's a smart choice to get out of here quicker. Probably also have to reset the anyway. That they would be April 30th if Georgia comes to get them. Have a nice day, sir. Jacqueline Hugo or Hugway. While I'm waiting for her, Marcus Williams is here at Metro West 3. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Sir, you have locals pending. The next court date is April 28th. So we're going to reset this case to April 29th. All right. Okay. Oh, both cases said April 29th. See you then, sir. Now we have Miss Huguay. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested on a warrant from the state of Mississippi. The warrant was issued on May 8th of 2029. That's 4 years from now. I don't think so. Let's see when the warrant was issued. The warrant was issued on 2019, May 8th of 2019. It says felony probation violation. So it's an old warrant, but it's still an open warrant, and they want to see you in Mississippi. I need you to tell me if you want to waive extradition or contest extradition. A waiver of extradition is the quickest way out of this jail. Mississippi would have up to 30 days to come and pick you up. If they don't pick you up within 30 days, you get released. The other choice is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the warrant. You're not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you are wanted in Mississippi. Then a lawyer will be appointed for you if you cannot afford one, and a lawyer would be able to challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant. But you would be in our jail up to 90 days while that goes on. You want to waive this for this way out, that's what most people do.
No, ma'am, I don't want to waive it.
You want to contest it and fight it and be here up to 90 days?
Do I want to fight it?
So if you waive extradition, you get out of the jail quicker.
Okay.
Would have up to 30 days to come and pick you up. Otherwise, if you want to contest extradition and fight the warrant, you'll be in our jail up to 90 days. So then get the paperwork to try and send you to Mississippi.
No, ma'am, I don't want to fight it. I'm wait till they come get me.
Okay, so waiver no bond, that's a smart choice. Reset date will be April 30th. We set it in 15 days to try and get you out of here quicker. Mississippi sometimes needs more time. Please make sure you sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported to Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, man. Have a good day. Reset April 30th. Then next we have Vitali Moragal, that is a quash. We have Garland Whitehead, also a quash. I believe that's it. Miss Romas, you understand the issue with the Georgia warrant? She got arrested here. I'm pretty sure it's the same lady for stealing a car from Georgia. And then she's being had a warrant in Georgia, I guess, for stealing a car. And she's been in pretrial intervention program here. So let's see what they want to lift the warrant or what.
Right. I understand the issue, but I think it should be the trial ASA's call. So I'll reach out.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Now the in-state warrants, we have Roy Dixon at Metro West 4. Good morning, Mr. Dixon. Good morning, Good morning, sir. You have, I'm sorry, you have a warrant from Martin County. The warrant was issued on February 4th of 2025. It says third-degree grand theft. They gave, it says bond $50,000, but then up top it says no bonds. Corrections, what do you have on the jail card?
No bond.
All right, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bonds on the warrant. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Martin County to pick you up. They usually, this should come once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. The reset date.
It looks like there may be a bond of $50,000, but with bond conditions, and that's why they put no bond. I don't know if Mr. Dixon has money for a $50,000 bond, 50,000. Give money for $50,000.
Couple $1,000 to post the bonds. So your bond is $50,000. Usually the bondsman take a percentage of it, like 5,000. It could be more, it could be less. Do you have any money to post the bond if you had one for that amount? No. All right. So if you wait, Martin County is going to pick you up. Probably get a much more reasonable bond or get released once you see the judge in Martin County. Okay. The reset date here is April 30th to make sure you are picked up. Please use the free phone at the jail to call the public defender's office if you have any questions. Have a good day. Thank you.
Is it
Yes.
bond or 50,000? Because I have no.
No bond. Leave it at no bond. Reset April 30th. All right, next case we have is Stephanie Burnham. Okay, we have Ricky Ellis. It's on Zoom. Does he have a case here? Is that why he's here on the in-states or no? While we're waiting, I might as well do somebody's case. Mr. Ellis, good morning. Metro West, thank you on Zoom. Not Metro, it's pre-trial. You have an arrest warrant from Broward County that was issued September 10th of 2024. It says no show cases resisting a police officer with violence, battery on a law enforcement officer, and felony battery, prior convictions, and criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there is no bond, so you will have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. Your case.
Could you read the charges out again for me, please?
Yeah, it's resisting an officer with violence, battery on a law enforcement officer, felony battery with a prior conviction, and criminal mischief. So this is.
So the felony battery is a regular battery, not
a battery with a prior conviction. That's what it should be.
I thought it was a prior conviction with a felony battery or legal.
Felony battery, but it's a felony. It's a battery with a prior conviction, which becomes a felony. I think that's what I meant to say. So anyway, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. The reset date here is April 30th to make sure you are transported. And Broward usually comes once a week. You may go this week. You shouldn't have to wait that long.
Is there any possible I can get an affidavit of that while I'm here?
No. Oh, you're going to get a copy of this warrant? I don't have a. If the PD wants to send it to you, they can. But once you get to Broward, you'll be given the affidavit of the underlying charges. This is just the arrest warrant. It just tells us what the charges are. It doesn't give any details about what allegedly happened.
Okay. I'm still like that. If it's possible, I'm still like that.
I can't send it to you. I don't have the capability. You can reach out to the public defender's office. They may or may not be able to, but I think you'll be out of here pretty quick this week.
Okay, thank you.
Have a nice day, sir. So back on, do you have Miss Stephanie Berman there on TGK?
Ms. Burnham is present. Good morning.
Have private lawyers here.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Berman. You have an arrest warrant. It is from Monroe County, Florida. The warrant was issued February 13th of 2025. It says failure to appear for larceny, grand theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Your bond is $75,000. So if you can post a $75,000 bond, you can get out of jail. If you don't have any money to pay a bond, you will have to wait up to 15 days for Monroe County to pick you up. In your case, reset here for April 30th, so make sure you either posted a bond or were transported to Monroe County. All right?
Okay.
Have a great day.
You too.
Next, Marielle Allen.
Mr. Allen, how you doing?
Good morning. Mr. Allen, you were arrested on a warrant from, it should be Duval County, Florida. It says Jacksonville, but it's Duval County. The warrant was issued April 9th of 2025. It's aggravated assault, domestic, $25,003 bond, and another count, aggravated assault, $25,003 bond, for a total bond of $50,006. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. If you're able to post a $50,006 bond, please do so at our Dade County Jail where you're located. I'm sorry, the TGK jail where you're located. If you don't have any money for a bond, you will have to wait up to 15 days for Duval County to pick you up. The reset date here is April 30th to make sure you either posted a bond or were transported. Good luck to you. What's your Ms. Corey can answer this question. I believe that's it for the warrants. We have one more, Joe Orioles.
He's a bond.
Pardon me, is he a bond debt or is he here?
Bonded out.
Thank you so much. That's it for the in-state warrant calendar. I'll call, so I have detectives waiting for PCHs? No? Okay. I saw detective on Zoom. Is there a Russian interpreter here? Do we know for whom?
Yes, Russian interpreter is present, Your Honor.
Who's the Russian interpreter here for?
First female on the calendar.
Thank you.
It's, yes, Natalia Tsaluka. And I have a case number.
Natalia Saluka.
Yes, Your Honor.
And she has to hold for immigration, Your Honor.
Madam Interpreter, raise your right hand if sworn. Do you swear or affirm you will translate from English to Russian and Russian to English to the best of your abilities? If so, state I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Helen Lurye, Lurye, and I'm a certified court interpreter.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Saluka. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer with violence.
Здравствуйте, мисс Цалюка. Вас арестовали за то, что вы оскорбляли действием правоохранительные органы и сопротивлялись аресту.
So, have you hired an attorney to represent you in this case?
Вы наняли уже адвоката, чтобы вас представлял по этому делу? Вы меня слышите?
Да, слышу.
Нет.
Повторите, пожалуйста.
Повторить?
Повторите, пожалуйста.
Please repeat again.
Can you afford, do you have any money to hire a private lawyer?
У вас есть деньги, чтобы нанять частного адвоката?
Не уверена в этом.
I'm not sure about that.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Хорошо, я вам назначаю общественного защитника.
There's probable cause for battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting, I don't know, I guess resisting with violence.
Были основания для того, чтобы вас арестовали в связи с применением насилия правоохранительным органам и сопротивлялись аресту с применением насилия.
Judge, would you split one bond among two counts, Judge?
Sure. So I'll set a bond $4,000, count one, and $1,000, count two.
Я назначаю залог в размере 4000 за первый пункт обвинения и 1000 за второй пункт обвинения.
Ma'am, you have an immigration hold, so you may want to consult with an attorney before you post your bond due to the immigration consequences.
У вас есть также запрос иммиграционных властей, чтобы вас задержать, поэтому прежде чем вы вынесете залог, прежде чем вы внесете залог, пожалуйста, проконсультируйтесь с вашим адвокатом по поводу миграционных последствий.
You are also ordered to stay away from the Turnberry Towers at 19355 Northeast 36th Court in Aventura, Florida.
И также вы не должны приближаться к Тёрнбери по адресу 19355 Northeast 36й Court в Авентуре, Флорида.
Можно вопрос задать?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Да, мадам.
Мне нужно забрать свои вещи оттуда.
I need to pick up my belongings from there.
So you can return there one time only with the police officer within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Вы можете вернуться туда с полицейским, в сопровождении полицейского в течение 48 часов после того, как вас выпустят из тюрьмы.
Okay.
And if you go there without the police or if you stay there, you will be arrested, and that's so you can pick up your personal belongings.
Если вы туда пойдете без полицейского, вас арестуют. Вы туда должны пойти только для того, чтобы забрать ваши вещи.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the Russian interpreter?
Еще что-то нужно от русского переводчика?
No, thank you. Then you're excused. Miss Corey, do you need anything else from her before she leaves?
If I can just use an interpreter real fast. If Ms. Tsaluka pays her bond, then immigration will have 48 hours to come pick her up.
Если, мисс Цалюка, вы заплатите ваш залог, то у миграционных властей есть 48 часов, чтобы вас приехать и забрать.
If she's taken into custody with immigration and she misses her future court dates here in Miami, there may be a warrant for her arrest.
Если вас заберут иммиграционные власти, и вы пропустите ваше следующее судебное слушание здесь, в Майами, может быть выдан ордер на ваш арест.
It is best that she speak to her lawyer prior to deciding whether or not she wants to pay her bond.
Если
Поэтому самое лучшее, чтобы вы поговорили с вашим адвокатом и потом решили, надо ли вам платить залог, чтобы выйти из тюрьмы.
я не поняла, я сейчас буду находиться в тюрьме?
Well, I didn't get it. So do I have to stay in jail now?
It's your choice, ma'am. It's your lawyer's just telling you options.
Это ваш выбор, мадам. Ваш адвокат просто говорит вам, какие у вас есть варианты.
Когда я могу проконсультироваться с адвокатом, и нужно ли мне это платить, потому что у меня нет такой суммы.
Well, and when can I have a consultation with my attorney? Because I don't have money to pay such amount.
Okay, talk to your lawyer.
Поговорить с вашим адвокатом.
This phone number. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Sorry, let me just address a private lawyer here. She keeps raising her hand. Is it Miss Borshow? Thank you. Your excuse.
Good
Mr.
morning, Judge.
Yes,
I
you
was
were
just-
telling your honor.
I was just raising my hand so that I would be admitted as a participant. But I'll wait around for the case to be called.
You're the person I was told bonded out. That's why I brought you in now. So.
Mr. McWillie did.
Yeah, corrections. Do you have that person on, Jaime McWillie, or is he a bond out?
The bond out, Your Honor.
The bond out. So I want, you have to wait a while.
Thank you so much.
Oh, now they're all going to raise their hand. That's not my procedure here. I don't know what the next attorney is raising their hands. Do you have another attorney on?
First one.
The first one I have is a man, Gabriel Rivera Manueli. Who? For which case? Okay.
Is her lawyer in court, Judge?
It's Mr. Danso. Let me promote him. He had a different name here. Pardon me, Jen.
Judge, there was also going to be an attorney here on behalf of the victim.
Is that who's here?
I don't know if he's present or not.
Everybody's here, I guess. If there's somebody else in this case, please raise your hand.
Video.
Okay.
Video.
Good
morning, Judge.
Who's here? Hi, you guys on your video. I can't see you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. Richard Danso for Gabriela Rivera Emanuele.
Good morning. I'm told there's also an attorney here for the victim. So can we switch back to TGK? Good morning. Ms. Rivera Manueli, do you speak English? Yes?
Yes.
Right, you got arrested for a case from July 25th of 2024. And the charge is strong arm robbery, criminal mischief over $1,000 and battery. Your attorney is here. Mr. Danso is here. Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Who are you, Mr. Franco? Who are you representing?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on behalf of the victim, Federico Cardona.
Okay, is the victim here?
I believe he is connected, but he has respectfully asked that I speak on his behalf if that is possible.
Okay, let me review this. So anyway, let me review. Okay, I shouldn't review the arrest affidavit. Thank you. Anything?
Can I respond, Judge?
Yes, Mr. Danso.
Judge, this case is based on a former husband trying to get back together with his ex-wife. He had taken some photos of her, both of them, unflattering photos that he posted on Instagram. She was upset with it and requested that he give the phone back to her. He was resistant in getting the phone, so she just grabbed the phone from him That's what it's all about. There's no strong arm robbery here. He's the one they were at lunch, and it's after lunch that this happened. When you read the facts, it makes it look as though outsiders. These are simply the ex-husband trying to get back with the ex-wife, and this is not the first time he's done similar things like this, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Franco, what did you want to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, I wanted to be brief. I wanted to mention two things. Number one, we want no contact respectfully with Miss. And the second thing I wanted to point out is that we respectfully do have concerns. She resides in Puerto Rico. And this case, as the court could see, is from 8 months ago, where the reason we believe she's arrested now is because she came back into the jurisdiction. And we have reason to believe that perhaps the only reason she came back was because she thought the case was closed. And if she is released on bond or without any conditions, not allowed to travel, we're afraid that she will not reappear in the jurisdiction.
Judge, respectfully, everything counsel said is simply not true, if I may argue.
Mr. So,
Judge.
this is a probable cause here. I mean, a first appearance hearing, there's probable cause. I don't need to hear the personal issues between her and the victim. I really don't.
I understand, Your Honor, but with respect to flight.
Stop talking. I'm talking. So you don't talk when the judge is talking.
Yes, Your Honor.
So Puerto Rico is part of the United States. So what's your issue?
Well, Your Honor, the only reason she
At the airport either. So you're also making allegations here that aren't true. I'm going to agree a stay away order should be entered. Do they have a child together, Mr. Danso?
No, they don't. But Judge, there's a stay away order in place already. We have no problems with that because there is a pending domestic violence injunction, and we should have had a hearing today. So that's good.
Okay, so it's arrest affidavit. It says they have a child in common. So that's not true. Is that correct?
They don't.
I agree with Mr. Danso, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm glad we can agree for one thing. All right, so ma'am, I am entering a stay away order from the alleged victim, Federico Perpi. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the alleged victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, his school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there is probable cause for strong arm robbery. There is probable cause for criminal mischief, a second degree misdemeanor, since there's no value listed for the phone. Maybe there was and I missed it. Wait a second. You know, it doesn't say the value of the damages. It just gives the value of the phone. In count 3, there's probable cause for battery, which is a necessary element of strong arm robbery. So before I set a bond, I'm not going to have students attack each other. Mr. Danso, what do you want me to do with regard to a bond?
Judge, the family has property here. She spends a lot of time here in Dade County, even though she lives in Puerto Rico. In fact, the parents are here. I spoke to them this morning. So with respect to bond, 1,500 or 2,500 will be fine. She's not going anywhere, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to say anything else, Mr. Franco?
No, Your Honor.
Count 1, there's probable cause for strong arm robbery. I recognize this is a case from July of last year. I'll set the bonds on count 1, strong arm robbery, at $4,000. Count 2, criminal mischief, will be $150. And count 3, battery, is $1,000. Good luck to you all. You remember, you guys are the reasonable ones. You're the attorneys. You should get along and try and get this resolved. The big issue, stay away from the victim. He wants nothing to do with you. He wants to be free, and I'm sure you have issues too. Best thing is to stay away. If you violate the court's stay away order, you will get rearrested. You'll be locked up in jail until your trial. Okay? You understand? You have a good attorney, listen to what he tells you. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Danzo. Thank you, Mr. Franco. Have a nice
Thank
day.
you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
This one's next. Is he ready to go? Henry Vasquez? Good morning. How are you?
He's on page
Page
8.
Page 8. Can you swear in? Are you, you're the detective or officer? I don't know.
I did before when he had
Oh, you were sworn in. Thank you. Just could you state your name for the record, please?
Detective Ariel Rojas, with Detective Ariel Rojas with Department of Financial Services Criminal Investigation Division for the state of Florida.
Okay, he needs a Spanish interpreter. Please, Madam Interpreter, thank you. So good morning, Mr. Vasquez. We are here because we set a probable cause hearing for two of the counts, 3 and 4. That one count for filing a false or fraudulent insurance claim and the count for fraudulent motor vehicle insurance card.
Bien, señor Vázquez, nos encontramos aquí para la audiencia para determinar un motivo fundado en cuanto a 2 de los cargos 3 y 4, por un reclamo falso al seguro y por una tarjeta de póliza de seguro también falsa.
Does she have a private attorney's attorney there?
His attorney is in court, Mr. Kirby. One announce for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alejandro Sola, on behalf of Henry Vasquez.
Su abogado, el licenciado Sola, está presente en la sala del tribunal.
What page is Mr. Vasquez printing on, Judge, so the state can follow along, please?
Page 8, and also the detective is here, Detective Rojas. So you want to start ask the questions? Why was he arrested? Sorry, Madam Interpreter. I'm going to be tired. Sir, you're going to have to explain why he was arrested for filing a false or fraudulent insurance claim, because there's nothing in this arrest affidavit that I can understand.
Yes, Your Honor. After speaking to the Assistant State Attorney that's handling the case, Phil Maniati.
One second, we need to let him interpret.
I'm sorry?
We need to let the interpreter.
Entonces, detective, por favor, explíqueme por qué razón usted sometió este informe de arresto con el cargo por un reclamo falso al seguro, porque no hay nada que yo pueda comprender. Sí, su señoría, después de hablar con el fiscal auxiliar, licenciado Maniati.
After discussing it with him, count 3 is not going to be filed.
Okay.
No vamos a presentar el cargo número 3.
What about count 4, the false vehicle insurance card?
As to count 4, we're going to proceed to that, or he's going to proceed with that. The information on the 3rd page of the A form, which I have highlighted here. I don't know if you want to look at that. Shows the probable cause. And
1 second. No, you can't show it. You have to show it to him first. I have it. Just tell me where.
And if someone could just read it out loud so the state attorney can also follow along, please.
What paragraph? Where is it?
Well, the problem is the A forms, they do them all, everything together. But the second line where it starts where witness Andrew requested that the defendant provide him with proof of workers' compensation insurance, general and auto liability insurance.
I don't have that. You have the same arrest
Page
affidavit?
3? This is page 5.
Thank you.
Bien, entonces, en cuanto al cargo número 4, por la tarjeta falsa de seguro, si vamos a proceder con el cargo, la información está en el informe de arresto, en la página 5, en la línea que dice lo del testigo Andrew, que pidió una prueba de seguro o prueba del seguro para compensación de trabajadores.
Go, you can read it.
And a certificate of insurance for both. And one, okay, so basically the certificates were sent to the insurance company, which they confirmed that were fraudulent and items were added to it. And on the A form, it says, and one showed falsely that the company had liability insurance on their vehicles, which they did not. I also have the supporting document that I provided to the insurance company, and their counsel advised that it had been altered and items had been removed and added, which the council will get I'm sure a discovery, but that's supporting document unless you need to see it.
Además, se está hablando de los certificados de seguro para ambos documentos. Después de confirmar con la compañía de seguros, estos nos indicaron que la tarjeta de seguro sí era fraudulenta, que tenía cosas añadidas, y además del hecho de que la compañía de seguros era responsable por estos vehículos y en realidad no lo es. El abogado de la compañía de seguros nos indica que hay cosas que se han añadido y que se han removido de la tarjeta de seguro.
Do you have any questions?
So I'd love to see that because we've actually been speaking before the arrest in this case, and the certificates that I've seen don't have that misrepresentation. So if the detective has it here and he's citing to it in his argument, I'd like to see it.
This is not discovery.
I understand that, but he says
Class hearing. He
but
can
he's-
testify to it. That's all he has to do.
I understand, but he's making a representation that he has it here and he's actually holding it up for the court to see. I'd like to he actually held it up. I'd like to see it.
He helped us the arrest affidavit.
No, he held up the certificate with the highlights.
I showed the, also that the, supporting document if you needed it.
I don't need it.
Judge, can we allow the interpreter to translate and then I'd like to comment?
El abogado y su abogado está pidiendo que le demuestren el documento, ya que el detective ha dicho que lo tiene en sus manos. Su señoría explica que todavía no estamos en el proceso de intercambio de pruebas. Indica su abogado, sin embargo, el detective ha dicho que tiene el documento y a mí me gustaría al menos verlo, que tiene el certificado. Sí, además tengo los documentos para apoyar si usted los quiere ver. No lo tengo que ver ahora, ha dicho la jueza.
Your Honor, if I may, at this point, I think that the affidavit, the arrest affidavit in front of the court, plus the testimony that you heard from the officer is sufficient for probable cause. And if the attorney for the defendant would like to participate in discovery, you can do that if and when this case is filed.
Me parece, su señoría, que la declaración jurada del detective, además de el documento jurado, son suficientes para hallar motivos fundados. Si el abogado quiere continuar con el proceso de intercambio de pruebas, puede hacerlo después de que se presenten formalmente los cargos en corte.
So I have two arguments. The first is that the rules of evidence state that if a witness uses a document to testify, then I have the opportunity to review that document while they testify.
It's, let the interpreter interpret.
Tengo dos argumentos. El primero de ellos es que cuando un testigo se basa en un documento para dar declaraciones, yo tengo la oportunidad de revisar ese documento. Y segundo,
And if there's a misrepresentation of insurance on that certificate that I haven't seen on the certificates I've seen, I'll withdraw that argument.
y si en esos certificados hay alguna representación incorrecta que yo no haya visto en cuanto a los certificados de seguro, yo voy a retirar lo dicho.
All right. This is not it's a problem class hearing for a narrow issue. The detective pointed it out. The probable cause exists based on the reading, what's alleged in the arrest affidavit.
Esto es una audiencia simplemente para determinar motivo fundado, un asunto muy específico. El detective ya ha señalado cuál es el asunto y si es suficiente para que haya motivo fundado.
And he stated they're withdrawing count 3.
Por lo que también explica que han retirado el cargo número 3.
The other point,
Yes, wait, will you stop raising your hand? You in the courtroom, you answer questions. You don't go volunteer information. Pretend you're in the army. You don't volunteer.
Judge, the other issue is, as I raised yesterday as to all the counts, I know the court has already ruled on counts 1 and 2, but that the four corners of the arrest affidavit all indicate that the co-defendant is the one who did all of these acts. I would like this detective to state which acts there is evidence that my client actually did, because the point that the detective is drawing to indicates that those documents were received by email.
Can you stop talking for a minute? Short statement so she can interpret.
Sorry.
El otro asunto, su señoría, aunque ya sé que a usted ha tomado una decisión en cuanto a los cargos 1 y 2, el problema es que según lo que aparece en el informe de arresto, parece ser el coacusado el que cometió todos estos actos. Me gustaría que el detective señalara específicamente de cuáles de estos actos hay evidencia específicamente que haya sido mi cliente el culpable, porque lo que él ha señalado, que son documentos recibidos por correo electrónico, parecen ser actos o documentos proveídos por el coacusado.
I ruled yesterday there's probable cause on counts 1 and 2.
Ya yo determiné que había motivo fundado de los cargos 1 y 2
Judge, I'm making the same argument as to count 4.
y tengo el mismo argumento en cuanto al cargo número 4 de todas maneras.
It is unclear to me whether this email was sent by the co-defendant or my client.
No me queda claro si este correo electrónico se envió dando información acerca del coacusado o de mi cliente.
The form in its entirety states that the co-defendant authored all the other emails.
El informe de arresto dice claramente que es el coacusado el asunto en todos los demás correos
Joint access to that account.
y que tenían acceso conjunto a esa cuenta.
So based on this arrest affidavit on the, I would say page 3 of 5, it talks about what your client, Mr. Vasquez, did. He
En
said,
este mismo informe de arresto, páginas 3 y 5, se habla específicamente de lo que hizo su cliente, el señor Vázquez.
and provided the documentations that were modified.
Él fue quien proveyó estos documentos que fueron alterados.
That's why I'm not rehearing it. There's probable cause on count 1, count 2, and now count 4. So can I just proceed and set a bond?
Por eso voy a determinar que sí hay motivo fundado en los cargos 1, 2 y 4 y si ahora puedo proceder a fijar fianza.
I know, Detective, you had a lot to say. I'm happy to let you say one thing briefly. Do you have an, what is the, what did you want to say?
No, I was just gonna say that I have no problem showing him the document if the state doesn't have any objection to it. But he has to get it from the state attorney for the discovery, but I have no problem showing him the
Who's the
certificate.
state attorney? Is it Mr. Maniani?
Yes.
So you just sent him a discovery request and I'm sure he'll provide it to you.
I've been requesting that document for a week. We've been talking and, this is all happening. It's a lot.
What bond are you requesting?
Judge, so my. Sorry, I thought she was doing interpret.
Can you interpret?
Yes, Your Honor. Entonces, detective, usted parece que tenía muchas cosas que decir. Si puede decirlo ahora brevemente. No, solo quería decir que no tenía problema con enseñarle los documentos al abogado si no hay protesta de la fiscalía, pero siempre se lo puede pedir al abogado fiscal. Bueno, ¿quién es el abogado? Es el licenciado Maniati. Yo le estaba pidiendo estos documentos hace una semana. Bueno, cuando lleven a cabo el proceso de intercambio de pruebas, yo estoy segura de que él se lo va a entregar. Llevo una semana esperando y todo esto está pasando a la vez. Bueno, dígame cuál es la fianza que está buscando o está pidiendo.
Judge, my client is 27 years old. He had just had a waiver approved through his U.S. citizen spouse so that he could immigrate to this country. He has a baby on the way. They don't have significant funds. I could tell the court that even though I'm privately retained, I'm doing it at a very reasonable rate. So I'm asking the court to set a total bond of $3,000 because that's what they can afford. And the likelihood of him being arrested by immigration attorneys and authorities and having to post a bond, if he's lucky, is very high.
Su señoría, mi cliente tiene 27 años de edad y ya está aquí tratando de obtener ciudadanía mediante su esposa. Además, tiene un bebé en camino, no tiene los medios para pagar una fianza muy elevada. Yo, a pesar de que he sido contratado, lo he hecho bajo un costo muy razonable. Pediría una fianza de $3,000 porque es lo que ellos pueden pagar, porque además de eso, la probabilidad de que más adelante quede detenido por autoridades de inmigración es bastante alta.
The court is aware. I reached out to Detective Rojas, to Mr.
Wait,
Martinez.
give him, this is should be a 2-minute hearing, not 20 minutes. Do you have an objection to a state to 1,000 each count?
No, Your Honor.
Fine, good. $1,000 bond count 1, 1,000 count 2, count 3 will be released outright. And count 4 is $1,000. You sure you have a good attorney? Listen to what he tells you. Thank you.
Bien, entonces esta audiencia no se debe extender mucho más. ¿Alguna protesta con fianzas de $1,000 por cada cargo? Ninguna. Bueno, cargo número 1, $1,000. Cargo número 2, $1,000. Cargo número 3, liberado. Cargo número 4, $1,000 de fianza. Señor, usted tiene buen abogado. Escuche sus consejos, manténgase en comunicación con él.
Whatever is convenient, I have one more.
That's it. Thank you for coming in, Detective. No, I'll call your case next. These are supposed to be 2-minute hearings, 5-minute hearings, not 20 minutes. Yesterday was 15 minutes and today is another 15.
I know, this case was a little out of the norm, but
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
taking it personally. You should take these cases personally. Oh, okay, good. Page 11 is Francisco Castillo Polanco.
Judge, she does need the interpreter, and I believe the alleged victim is on Zoom.
If the victim, press the interpreter, please. If there's a victim here for Mr. Castillo Polanco, please raise your hand on Zoom. So
La
we can,
persona que esté presente como víctima en el caso del señor Castillo Polanco, por favor, levante la mano en Zoom.
Fiona, he's not here yet.
I don't see the victim out here. Do you want to call the victim up? Can you let me know when he's here, Mr. Soul is waiting?
Yes, sure.
If you want to go to another courtroom and come back, but I don't see the victim here on Zoom. You may want to call them with therapy, but I'm going to find it. Is this somebody on Zoom? What about the people on Zoom? I got a bunch of lawyers here too. Okay. Vincent Minardino,
Marlene Montaner on his behalf. Good morning, Your
Morning.
Honor.
page 6.
My client took a video of a house that he was trying to show his wife. He left. Somebody screamed at him. He
You
left.
know, you're telling me too much information. I haven't even written your name down yet. Your client's not here. Can you wait a minute for your client?
Yes.
Judge, who is this defendant on page 6?
Vincent Navarro on page 6.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good morning, sir. You were Mr. Minervino. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied dwelling. So your attorney is here. Good morning.
Marlene Montaner on behalf of Vincent Minervino. Good morning. Your Honor, on the four corners of the A form, it's a trespass. He,
You let me take a look.
few words.
So it looks like he moved into the victim's home.
No. The items that he left behind are a jacket and glasses and stuff that he had on his person. He was taking a video of a property that he was telling his wife on the phone, saying, look, this is what our house should look like. And he's taking a video of that. Judge, I know his grandmother. We travel a lot. I've known his family. He has a very extensive, great family here in Miami.
There's 3 bench warrants he came in.
I didn't know about his traffic related stuff. I will be filing a notice of appearance on those as well. But with it, I know that he is on, we will have the video. I will.
Enough. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from 549 East Drive in Miami Springs, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that location and you must stay away from there. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is right. It's called positive trespass. I guess it's an occupied trespass. The victim came home and saw.
I think it's a neighbor
Oh, it's a neighbor.
that
No,
screamed at him because the house was under
It's the
construction.
homeowner.
It's the homeowner.
He came home and saw the defendant was home.
Okay.
And doesn't know him. So it's an occupied trespass.
No, it's vacant. The house is vacant.
Please don't say anything, Vincent.
Okay.
Anyway, he has fugitive warrants, a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know. You want pre-trial or you want a bond?
Bond.
Okay, your bond's $500. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Judge.
You have a good attorney. Listen to what she tells you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I see Mr. Trop here. I don't know how I can help you, Mr. Trop. We're not the judge anymore doing it. Mr. Trop,
His son is not scheduled for court today. I typed that in the chat. He needs to reach out to the public defender's office to speak to his assigned attorneys.
so it would be before whoever the division judge is, not.
He does not have court today. I don't see it scheduled. Looks like he was brought back into custody from the hospital. He needs to.
What, today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
So, Mr. Trop, you need to go and call the public defender's office so that it's set before the division judge. What happens is now when they come back from the hospital, they usually hold them with no bond, even though I gave a bond. Okay, sir, Mr. Trop? All right. If there's any private lawyers on Zoom who I forgot, please raise your hands on Zoom. I'll be happy to promote you and get your case called. Otherwise, I'd like to start with one other case for family member.
Yes, we have Castillo Polanco.
Oh, good. The attorney just walked in. You can get him. Mr. Trop, yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, Judge, sorry. So I understand it's going in front of the division judge, because
Right, but to get it set before that judge, you may want to call the public defender's office to get it set for tomorrow. So 305-545-1600 is their phone number.
okay, thank you so much, Judge. Have a great one. Thank you.
All right, calling up now Francisco Castillo Polanco on page 11. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alejandro Sola on his behalf.
Good morning. Sir, you were arrested for one count of aggravated assault with a firearm.
Señor, lo han arrestado por un cargo de agresión con agravantes, con arma de fuego.
2 counts of battery by strangulation.
2 cargos por agresión física por estrangulación.
And 1 count of battery.
Y un cargo de agresión física.
Okay, your attorney is here. Do you have any argument regarding probable cause?
Judge, briefly, just as to one count of the battery by strangulation, I only see one described in the arrest affidavit. I don't see two.
Su abogado está presente en la sala. ¿Algún argumento, licenciado, en cuanto al motivo fundado de las acusaciones? Brevemente, veo una sola descripción de un incidente de estrangulación, no 2.
I just want one last check. Is Ms. Scarlett Landero in court on Zoom?
Verifico por última vez, la señora Lendero se encuentra conectada en Zoom.
So can you raise your hand on Zoom if you are here?
Si está aquí, por favor, levante la mano en Zoom usando el icono.
All right, so there's no response. So, sir, I'm going to find probable cause for 1 count of battery by strangulation and 1 count of battery, which is a necessary element of battery by strangulation.
Bien, entonces voy a hallar motivo fundado para un cargo de agresión física por estrangulación y un cargo de agresión física, lo cual es un elemento necesario para la estrangulación.
To stay away from the alleged victim, Scarlett Landero.
Se le ordena mantenerse alejado de la víctima, en este caso, Scarlett Landero.
No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto o comunicación con la víctima, ya sea de manera directa, indirecta, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o mediante terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener comunicación con la víctima por las redes sociales u otros medios electrónicos.
Must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Debe permanecer al menos a 500 pies de la víctima, de su hogar, lugar de estudios y lugar de empleo en todo momento.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No se involucre en ningún tipo de actividad ilícita y no use o esté en tenencia de sustancias ilícitas o drogas.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No use, compre, esté en tenencia de o porte arma de fuego, municiones o armas blancas.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Debe entregar inmediatamente cualquier arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar arma oculta a la estación de policía más cercana y traer recibo al tribunal.
No, wait a minute. But does he have to go to the victim's home for personal belongings?
Judge, they were in a hotel, so.
Better ask. Does he have to go to the victim's here now? After all that, I love reading it, and then they pop in. It's usually my luck.
Trying to promote her to a panelist. I don't.
It always happens.
Judge, did you
Parece-
one? Okay. Okay.
Why do whatever you make me work? Miss Scarlett Landero there, can you please unmute and put on your video?
Señora Scarlett Landero, por favor, active su video y micrófono.
Okay. No, she has to put on her video. And then need you to put her on the screen. Man, you have to you have to accept the promotion as a panelist so that you can turn on your video.
Señora, tiene que aceptar la promoción para poder activar el video. Ya, gracias.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Buenos días, por favor, levante la mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
Buenos días, jura que la declaración que está a punto de dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Si es así, diga, lo juro. I do.
Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Gracias. Su nombre completo, por favor.
Ma'am, oh, she's frozen. Oh boy, it's always my luck.
That's not my fault.
It always happens. That always happens. She's frozen. Tell her she may have to turn it on and off again to get it to work.
Señora Lendero, se congeló la imagen. Tal vez tenga que desconectar y volver a conectarse. ¿Nos escucha ahora?
Are you there?
Sí.
Yes.
What is your name?
¿Cuál es su nombre completo, por favor?
Scarlett Landero Loaizaga.
Scarlett Landero Loaizaga.
Are you afraid of Mr. Francisco Castillo Polanco?
¿Usted le teme al señor Francisco Castillo Polanco?
No.
No.
Do you want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
¿Usted quiere que el tribunal emita una orden judicial que le prohíba a él acercarse a usted?
No.
No.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court today to make the statement?
¿Alguien la ha amenazado o obligado para que usted dé estas declaraciones en corte el día de hoy?
No.
No.
Thank you. State any questions for Ms. Landero?
Gracias. ¿Alguna pregunta de la fiscalía para la señora Landero?
Not with respect to a stay order, but I would like to address the one count that there's a question about.
No quiero hablar acerca de la orden de alejamiento, pero sí acerca del cargo que tenemos algunas preguntas.
Okay.
During your altercation with the defendant, how many times did he put his hands around your neck?
Durante el altercado con el acusado, ¿cuántas veces él le puso a usted las manos al cuello?
Judge, I would object as this is outside the four corners of the arrest affidavit.
Protesta del abogado porque está fuera del enfoque del informe de arresto. No al lugar. Puede contestar.
Okay. Lo que pasa es que las cosas pues se salieron de control. Estábamos en el carro discutiendo y en sí no fue que me ahorcó, sino que simple y sencillamente me dio un manotazo al cuello. No estranguló.
Well, the thing is that things got out of hand and we were just in the car arguing, and it wasn't really that he put his hand around my neck and tried to choke me, but sort of like he slapped my neck with his hand.
Judge, I have no further questions there.
Any questions?
So Judge, based on that, then I would argue that there's no PC for any counts of battery by strangulation.
Basado en lo anterior, el abogado indica que no hay motivo fundado para estrangulación.
There is. It's in the arrest affidavit. It's only one count. Ma'am. Anything else you want to ask her?
No, just that she's just refuted the arrest affidavit.
So she's either, the officers probably have it on the body cam what she said. So she's either not telling the truth then or not telling the truth now. So they come and they recant.
Bien, entonces, si hay motivo fundado de todas maneras, porque aparece en el informe de arresto, es posible que lo que esté grabado en la cámara del uniforme del oficial sea distinto a lo que he dicho ahora o que ha cambiado de idea.
So, sir, I'm going to enter a modified stay away order from the alleged victim, Scarlett Landero.
Señor, entonces voy a emitir una orden de alejamiento con modificaciones a favor de la presunta víctima Scarlett Landero.
You are allowed to have contact with the victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever.
Usted sí se le permite tener contacto o comunicación con la víctima, pero se le prohíbe tratarla de manera amenazante o violenta en lo absoluto.
And also it still applies that you do not engage in any criminal activity, do not use or possess illegal drugs.
Como quiera sigue aplicando la especificación de que no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad ilícita o usar o estar en tenencia de sustancias ilícitas o drogas.
Use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede usar, comprar, estar en tenencia de o portar arma de fuego, arma blanca o municiones.
And do not use, you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court.
Y tiene que entregar inmediatamente cualquier tipo de arma de fuego, municiones o permisos para portar arma oculta a la estación de policía más cercana y traer recibo al tribunal.
You understand the modified stay away order? Only friendly, non-violent contact is permitted.
¿Entendió la orden de alejamiento, señor? Solamente puede tener contacto amistoso, no violento. ¿Lo entendió?
Sí, pero una cosa más.
So you should not talk.
El abogado le ha dicho que no diga nada. Yes, but one thing.
No, I can say it's bad, but for the record.
You can say it. Those who do that.
Yeah.
That's the only way they hear.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll set a bond. How long have you lived here in Florida for, sir?
¿Hace cuánto tiempo que vive en la Florida, señor?
You don't live in Pennsylvania?
Yo no vivo en la Florida.
I don't live in Florida.
All right. Does he have priors? Do you show priors, Ms. Sturgis?
La fiscal está verificando si tiene antecedentes penales.
Judge, I don't see any local priors here. That's all I have.
Judge, his family's able to afford $1,000 premium. I would ask that the court set an aggregate of 10.
Bien, no tiene antecedentes locales. Su abogado está pidiendo una fianza de $10,000 para que puedan pagar el depósito de 1,000.
All right, I'm setting a bond as follows. Count one will be $2,500 for aggravated assault with a firearm.
Bien, entonces voy a establecer las siguientes fianzas por el cargo número 1, $2,500 de fianza por agresión con agravantes con arma de fuego.
Count two, battery by strangulation will be $2,500.
Cargo número 2, agresión física por estrangulación, $2,500 de fianza.
Count three, no probable cause, release outright.
Cargo número 3, no hay motivo fundado, será liberado por ese cargo.
Count four, battery, I'll set that at $500.
Y cargo número 4, agresión física, $500 de fianza.
Okay, have a good attorney. Listen to what he tells you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Ms.
Tienen buen abogado, señor Castillo. Escuche los consejos que le
Good day. Okay, now on page 8, can we call Thomas Lilchin? Was that family here? Good morning.
Judge, they went to go get him. He should be here shortly.
He's not here yet. They went to go get him. I don't know if this is one of the hospital cases. Okay, I'll pass it. Okay, next we have more family for Virgil James. Page 10. Good morning, Mr. James. You were arrested for a case from April 3rd. It's strong arm robbery, battery by strangulation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Who are you on? The parents, grandparents? Okay, good morning. Anyway, so the problem is he's out of probation. He has a hold from the C as Judge Marlene for F-243913. I have to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause. Ms. Corey, I don't know if you have anything you wish to say.
One moment, Judge. No, Judge.
Sir, do you have to go to the victim's home to collect any of your personal belongings? All right, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are MH. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir? All right, I'll set a bond. Count one is 1 minute. Count one will be, priors.
No, Judge.
Is he a prior? I have to say it's priors. I don't see him.
Judge, I have one withhold here from last year.
Oh, okay, that's against the probation case. That's for gun. Man, he's almost out of probation. This will violate him. All right, I'll set a bond, $2,500, count one, and $2,500, count two. And we'll see your judge tomorrow. All right, so it's gonna be before Judge Hirsch, I think. Who is it? Judge, which one? Courtroom 4-8, Richard Hirsch, courtroom 4-8, 9 a.m. It starts at 9 a.m. sharp. So make sure you're going to be there 9 a.m. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, now page one, for these I have a turn for correction. 10:25, I'm getting started with corrections and had a short warrant calendar. Pardon me? Don't pay the bond. I lowered the bond for you. Don't pay it because a judge may hold them on the probation case. You want to wait till tomorrow and talk to your public defender. Thank you. All right. Page one, out of turn for corrections. We have Keila Montoya. Good morning, Ms. Sinclair. You were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. Any objections? Shall we pretrial services alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day. Next case is on page 6, out of turn for corrections. Yusmir Hernandez. Good morning, Mr. Hernandez.
Spanish, please.
Spanish, please. You were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle, a second-degree felony, possession of a controlled substance called crystal meth, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Señor, lo han arrestado por hurto mayor de un vehículo, un delito mayor en el segundo grado, por tenencia de una sustancia regulada, metanfetamina en cristal y tenencia de accesorios para el consumo de drogas.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Voy a nombrarle a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que los represente.
So it's grand theft of third-degree felony.
Este hurto mayor es un delito mayor en el tercer grado.
It came in on 2 bench warrants. I don't know if the state has an objection to TAP. It doesn't have much else going on.
Tiene 2 órdenes de arresto. No sé si la fiscalía está de acuerdo con el programa alternativo.
No, Judge.
TAP alternate bonds. Count 1 would be $2,500 for grand theft of a vehicle. Count 2, possession of the crystal meth will be $1,000. Count 3, possession of drug paraphernalia is $500.
Bien, entonces va a ser liberado bajo el programa TAP De no ser aceptado, las fianzas alternativas son de $2,500 por el hurto mayor del vehículo, $1,000 por la tenencia de metanfetamina en cristal y $500 de fianza por la tenencia de accesorios para el consumo de drogas.
You have to come back to court for your arraignment in 30 days.
Tiene que regresar al tribunal para la lectura formal de cargos dentro de unos 30 días.
Make sure it's not the law enforcement day. What's law enforcement day? That's a Friday? Okay, we want to, so you have to come back to court for your arraignment on May 15th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 2-8.
2-8, Your Honor.
Wait, Judge Hernandez.
Entonces tiene que regresar para la lectura formal de cargos el día 15 de mayo a las 9 de la mañana en la sala 2-8 ante el juez Hernández.
Next is Victor Caprio.
Spanish, please.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for grand theft and criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, señor. Lo han arrestado por hurto mayor y por daños a la propiedad. Voy a nombrarle abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
There is probable cause for the charges.
Hay motivo fundado para los cargos en su contra.
You are ordered to stay away from the shopping plaza at 7900 Northwest 27th Avenue in Miami, Florida.
Se le ordena mantenerse alejado del centro comercial localizado en la 7900 Northwest y 27 Avenida en Miami, Florida.
You are not allowed to go to that shopping plaza and you must stay out of there, sir. You understand?
No puede regresar a ese centro comercial, se debe mantener alejado. ¿Lo entiende, señor? Yes.
Messed up my signature. All right, I'm setting a bond. He came in on a bench warrant for petty theft. It's $2,500 count one, $150 count two.
Bien, entonces tiene orden de arresto por un caso anterior de hurto menor. Las fianzas en este caso, $2,500 por el cargo número 1, $50 por el cargo número 2.
Next case is Christian Ramirez.
What page, Judge?
Page 11.
Thank you.
The judge, whenever you're ready, have Mr. Leticia.
All right, next. Mr. Ramirez, good morning. You were arrested for felony battery, tampering with a victim, and strong arm robbery. It's from August 23rd of last year. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
And she's here, Judge. Let me promote.
Okay.
Ma'am, stop raising your hand and unraising because I can't find you and keep moving.
Isn't that like annoying?
Every time I go to click, then they move.
You can't do it. That's why it's.
I try to be quick.
She does that to me. Metro West likes to do that.
She's rejoining now.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Raise your right hand.
Hi.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
You can put your hand down.
Okay, thank you.
What's your name, please?
Johanna Kolaski.
All right. Are you afraid of Christian Ramirez?
No, I feel as no threat to Christian Ramirez whatsoever.
Okay. Do you want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. State any questions for Ms. Kolaski?
No, Your Honor, not this time.
Ms. Corey, any questions?
Yes, you typed in the chat that Mr. Ramirez did not take anything from you.
Yes, no, he did not take anything from me. It was a long time ago. I'm not sure what I said. He took my debit card, but that was found and nothing was stolen whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Are you two still hanging out together?
No, not really. No, we have talked on the phone a couple times. I saw him yesterday for the first time in a long time, but no, not really.
Did you have to go to get any dental care for your cracked tooth?
No, no, I didn't. Well, I got it fixed, but what really happened was I think I was just like biting my teeth like hard together and it had cracked. But it was super tiny and I don't know, you can't even really tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the strong arm robbery is for.
Yeah, I'm confused on that as well.
We're not having a conversation.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I'm so sorry, Your Honor.
Speaking of the state.
I'm so sorry.
One moment, Judge, I'm reviewing. I was looking at fires.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, I'm gonna enter a modified stay away order from the alleged victim, Johanna Kolaski. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the modified stay away order? Only friendly nonviolent contact is permitted. Okay, thank you. And Ms. Sturgis?
I would say that when he prevented her from calling 911 by taking her cell phone, that would be the property.
One or the other. It's a tampering. It's not a strong arm. Okay, I'll find probable cause for count 1, felony battery and tampering with a victim.
But Judge, she had indicated she was, it looks like after further analysis that she was biting her tooth and that's what caused.
That's recanting today. Okay, what bond do you want? You want pre-trial? You want a bond?
Hello?
Hello. State, so Ms. Corey, what bond do you want? Ms. You want pre-trial or you want a
Yes, Judge, pretrial with an alternate bond.
All right, pretrial services, alternate bond, count 1, felony battery, I'll set it at $1,000. And count 2, tampering with a victim will be $1,500. Count 3, no probable cause, release outright. I'll put her.
It's going to domestic violence court at 11.
So he has another hearing. I don't know if it's related to this, but it's another hearing at the Los St. Thomas Courthouse Center. It's on Zoom. It's a domestic violence court. And that's at 11. So if you want to appear there, you may. I don't have the Zoom ID. I don't know if Corrections wants to put it in the Zoom in the chat room. Okay, ma'am. Ms. Kolaski, there's another court hearing he has at 11. If you're welcome to go, if you feel you're the victim in that case, or if you just want to watch, whatever.
Okay.
All right. And for the corrections, I hope we put the Zoom ID for the domestic violence division in the chat room for you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you for coming.
You too. Bye.
Next is Matt. Oh, they're ready. Thank you. Calling up on TJ Thomas Wilchin. What Spanish? I need a Spanish interpreter, please, for the parents in the courtroom. You want to take them home? Can you ask them in Spanish they want to take them home? Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Don't worry about it. Good morning, Mr. Wilchin. You were arrested for a case from February 2nd that charged his battery on an emergency medical care provider.
Bien, el cargo es del 2 de febrero por agresión física en contra de un proveedor de servicios de emergencia.
There is probable cause for the charge.
¿Hay motivo fundado para la acusación?
And I don't know if it was a willful act because it said that he was given the wrong medication.
Y yo no sé si fue un acto que se pueda considerar que fue a sabiendas.
His parents,
no,
speak English.
Estaba recibiendo el medicamento correcto.
So Judge, I'm asking if you would consider releasing Mr. Littlechin, ROR.
Yes.
Family can come pick him up as soon as possible. We would like to make
Mi
sure
pregunta si su señoría
appropriate medications and not be delayed.
está dispuesta a liberarlo bajo palabra para que su familia pueda llevarle a casa y pueda continuar con el medicamento correcto, ¿sí?
So I'm going to release him on his own recognizance so that the parents can go get him at the jail as soon as they release him.
Voy a liberarlo entonces bajo palabra, así que ustedes los padres pueden ir a recogerlo tan pronto la cárcel lo libere.
Judge, it's a question for counsel. In speaking with the family, is there an understanding that they're going to make sure he's on his medication and find some sort of in-house treatment for him?
This happened in February. He's doing well now. He's taking his medication, right? He's doing better, sir? In Spanish, can you ask the dad, is he doing better at home now?
Entonces, si la abogada lo ha hablado con la familia, saben que eso significa que se comprometen a tenerlo con su tratamiento debido a la casa y los medicamentos. Sí, bueno, esto fue algo que ocurrió en febrero. Él está bien ahora, ¿verdad, señora?
Sí, correcto. Estamos
Yes.
estables.
I asked that question, Judge, because this case is being handled by higher ups in my office and Ms. Corey's office, and we are both privy to these emails going back and forth, and it mentions releasing him, but pending treatment. And that's why I ask.
So, sir, make sure you take all prescribed medications, and you have to listen to the rules in your house and go to whatever doctor appointments you have scheduled for you.
Bien, hay divisiones que están tratando el caso y han habido correos electrónicos al respecto, y la condición para liberarlo es que esté bajo el tratamiento correcto. Así que, señora, asegúrese de tomarse todos los medicamentos que les receten, cumplir con todas las normas en el hogar y con todas las citas médicas que tenga.
In corrections, anything you can do to expedite his release, please do so.
Y cualquier cosa que se pueda hacer en el departamento de correcciones para adelantar su liberación, por favor, hagan lo posible.
He's going to have to be medically cleared to leave the jail. Hopefully he's going to be calm and will answer the questions of corrections so we can get out as quickly as possible.
Lo van a liberar de la cárcel. Con suerte termina bastante pronto y lo pueden ir a recoger a la cárcel.
Do you know your parents' phone number by memory so you can call them?
And I have it for him, Judge, just in case. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll get out for free. No, you want to tell him he's going to get out of jail for free.
No tiene que pagar fianza. Va a salir bajo palabra.
It's just going to take a few hours.
Va a demorar solo unas horas.
You understand? ¿Tiene una
¿Lo
pregunta?
entendieron?
Yeah, do you want to say anything? You can.
¿Quiere decir algo? ¿Tiene alguna pregunta? Adelante.
No, solamente pues que gracias. Vamos a recogerlo, vamos a seguir con el tratamiento y estamos buscando que él tenga más ayudas porque en el momento en el supuesto incidente pues él estaba completamente psicótico, no sabía lo que estaba pasando. Entonces,
Permítame, señor. Permítame. No, just to say thank you and that we are going to continue with his treatment. We're trying to find more options to assist him. At the time of the alleged incident, he was completely psychotic, so he didn't know what was really going on.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. Take over here.
Bueno, gracias.
Next on page 12, Matthew Ackerson.
Corrections, is he here or was he taken back?
yes,
He was taken back. Judge, we'll waive his presence.
I'll find that there's probable cause for the charge. Appoint the public defender's office and set his bond at $2,500.
And Ms. Sturgis, do you have the first name of the alleged victim?
One moment. First name is Antonio.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ron Gaston. Page 13.
I need 39.
Mr. Gaston,
NBC,
there's probable cause reset it for the afternoon.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence, I'll set a bond. $1,000, count one, 500, count two. I mean, one,
Administrative County Public Cause for second degree misdemeanor petty theft. I don't see.
it was 2 or more convictions. He had prior theft conviction.
There's extensive burglary and theft with convictions.
But he's on parole, but he has a parole warrant, it looks like as well. So it's 1,000, count one, 150, count two. Next, we have Galveston Bradley, page 13. Good morning, Mr. Bradley. You were arrested for grand theft. It's an added charge. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's probable cause for the charge. $2,500 bond. Have a good day. Now, page 1, we can start page 1. At least it's not 11. It's only 10:45. Okay, please. First is Maria Harris. Good morning, Ms. Harris. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. State to share priors anywhere?
I don't see any local priors, Your Honor.
How long have you lived in Miami?
How long have you lived in Miami?
I will, next month will be a year. And so I,
Do you have a place to stay or are you home?
currently I just got out of a domestic violence shelter. So the charges or whatever they put on the paperwork is all.
I'll set a bond, $1,500. Have a nice day. Next, we have Marlene Adeclat. Page 1.
Miss Adeclat is present. She speaks English and Creole. If there's something she doesn't understand, she will let us know. As we may need the Creole interpreter.
Get the Creole interpreter, please. We'll pass it to the Creole interpreter. No any issues. Next, we have is Gerda Toussaint. We reset this, I think, for probable cause hearing today. Anybody coming in from Officer Baker here? So the issue was, how does Ms. Toussaint have any custody or control over these drugs while on?
While armed, you said?
Yeah, you filed a motion for, well, Ms. F filed a motion for pretrial detention. How is it, how does she have custody control over this? How are they her drugs? That's why we wanted the officer to come in, but if there's nobody here, I'm gonna release her. Because this is now its third reset.
This is the third.
Mm-hmm. Or second reset. I reset it yesterday afternoon and now today.
Is there an Officer Baker here? It looks like she first appeared yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have 48 hours, so I guess till tomorrow morning, or at least till this afternoon.
Pass for tomorrow morning, or that's old math.
I'm sorry.
48 hours from yesterday. I guess it would be yesterday. She got arrested on April 13th. In the morning. So 48 hours.
Judge, I would ask till this afternoon. This is the first time I'm seeing it. And if at this afternoon I can't get in touch with Detective Baker, then we can address it.
Okay. Ashley Goldson. Page 2 cases. Okay. Good morning. Have you arrested for 2 cases, petty theft, 2 or more convictions from April 9th and April 14th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charges. Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the Target store at 21265 Biscayne Boulevard in Aventura, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there. Do you understand? Pretrial services alternate bonds, it's $2,500 each case. Have a nice day. The Cora James is next.
She's a violent felony offender of special concern.
One second, James. All right, Ms. James, this is 2 more cases. It says added charges. One is from March 30th from Dick's Sporting Goods, another at Dick's Sporting Goods, and then another retail theft, 2 retail thefts, another one as well. Looks like Dick's Sporting Goods from February 26th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So. On F 25-75-7549, there's probable cause for retail theft. It's a $2,500 bond. Also stay away from Dick's Sporting Goods at 18499 Biscayne Boulevard in Aventura, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there. So the other case, F 25-7547, there's probable cause as well for retail theft, $2,500 bond. Have a nice day.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond?
2,500. Next case is Camry Douglas. Bond out for Douglas or no? Is Douglas here?
Bond it out.
Thank you. Then we have Wendy Martinez. Good morning, Ms. Martinez. You were arrested for one count of criminal mischief. I will appoint a public defender's office for you. It's from December 10th of 2024. That you damaged the gas pump at the Chevron gas station, causing 3,000 in damage using a hammer. Well, you were ordered to stay away from the Chevron gas station at 601 Northwest 103rd Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that Chevron gas station. You must stay away from there. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Sure. Pretrial services alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day. Then we have Ruben Camarillo. Let me know we have a Creole interpreter here as well, please. Good morning, Mr. Camarillo. If anybody's here for a case, what?
We'll waive the reading the charges for Mr.
If there's anybody here for a case, they need to type the defendant's name in the chat room, please.
He speaks English.
All right, sir. Good morning. This got arrested for a case from June of 2017. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. All right, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the two victims whose initials are RC and EC. No contact with these alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school, and any place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And state, you didn't file a motion on this?
Judge, none of these charges are F1s,
Okay, I
so
understand.
they don't qualify.
All right. I'll set a bond on count one. Actually, I'm gonna set a bond on everything at $10,000 each count. Actually, let me have that stay away order back. Let me see one of the stay away orders for RC, in the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, or custody of this child shall supersede or replace this court's order. All right, that's it. Good day, sir. Next case is George Fontecopa. Page 5. Wait, if anybody's here for a case, you can type the name of the defendant in the chat room.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, Mr. Fontecopa. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell a controlled substance within the 1,000 feet of a school, and conspiracy for the possession with intent to sell a controlled substance called methamphetamine.
Buenos días, señor. Se le acusa de estar en tenencia y tener intención de vender una sustancia regulada a 1,000 pies de una escuela, además de confabulación para tenencia de una sustancia regulada, en este caso metanfetamina.
Then you have another case from January 28th. The first case is from January 15th of 25. The second case is from January 28th, 2025.
El primer caso es del 15 de enero de 2025, el segundo del 28 de enero de 2025.
The other case, I'm sorry, I think I got it backward on dates. The other case, you're charged with 3 counts of of sale of a controlled substance within 1,000 feet of a park.
Y el otro caso tiene 3 cargos, uno de ellos por venta de una sustancia regulada a 1,000 pies de un parque.
Conspiracy for the sale of a controlled substance and unlawful use of a communications device.
Confabulación para la venta de una sustancia regulada y uso ilícito de un dispositivo o aparato de comunicaciones.
Right, so public defender's office is appointed for you.
Se le nombra a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que los represente.
So you were ordered to stay away from Flamingo Park. That's the whole park. So you can't go on the football field, the baseball field, the pool, or any of the soccer fields. You just got to stay off of the property of Flamingo Park.
Se le ordena mantenerse alejado de la propiedad del Flamingo Park. No puede estar en ninguna parte, ni en las canchas de pelota, de fútbol. No puede acercarse a ningún lugar en el parque.
All right, also, it's at 1245 Michigan Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida.
La dirección es 1245 Michigan Avenue en Miami Beach. Tampoco puede acercarse.
You're also on probation. I'm sorry, you're out on felony.
There should be no hold.
It's an added charge. It's
These are January on F254940. The arrest date is March the 9th, 2025.
Right. No hold. This case predates these 2 cases predate its open cases.
No hay orden de detención porque el caso que tiene abierto vino después de estos casos.
Detective Nunez, did you want to be heard on this?
Tenemos aquí al detective Núñez. ¿Tiene algo que decir al respecto?
Detective Nunez, did you want to be heard on this case? No.
No.
Detective, was he arrested at Flamingo Park?
Detective, el acusado
Yes,
fue
he was
arrestado en el
arrested at
Flamingo
Flamingo
Park.
What, yesterday or from the other arrests? Yesterday.
Arrested yesterday.
Excuse me, can you pull this other case? I know I did a stay away order on the other case to stay away from Flamingo Park.
Y esto fue el día de ayer, sí, ayer. Quiero mirar el caso anterior porque me parece que emití orden de alejamiento también del Flamingo Park.
I'm pretty sure he did. Maybe I didn't.
Grade 1025, there was a stay away order for a location. It doesn't tell specifically.
Order the file, get the file. I'm pretty sure it was Flamingo Park.
Judge, I have the stay away order from
No.
F254940. That's what you're looking for, right?
Where was it from?
1311 Meridian Ave,
I would have said
March 10th, 2025.
The 13th Flamingo Park is in, yeah, that's where Flamingo Park is.
Just the address on the arrest form, Flamingo Park is 1245 Michigan Avenue.
Covers 15th all the way down to like 9th or 10th. Your 1311 is a house opposite Flamingo Park.
La descripción del caso anterior es la 1311 Meridian Avenue, que está opuesta al parque.
You know what? I'll respect it. I don't know if I said Flamingo Park, but I know, I think it was. Except for the last arrest, the other arrest, was that from Flamingo Park or no?
¿Quiere que usted sepa el arresto anterior fue en el Flamingo Park o no?
Judge, he's no longer a panelist. Let me see. But his hand is raised.
Anyway, let me read these. The probable cause.
Leo los informes para determinar si el motivo fue fundado.
So in the sale on 1/22/25, there's a sale for narcotics. It doesn't say what it was. The other one talks about Tina. I think they may have originally said it's crystal meth.
En los casos tenemos una sustancia regulada, no se determina cuál. En el segundo dice que se trata de tina, metanfetamina cristal.
So there's probable cause for one sale on January 15th.
El motivo fundado para la venta de metanfetamina en cristal el 15 de enero.
No, it's also, okay, so there's. The sectors, on 120 it's crystal meth, and then 122, I didn't say what it is. Talked about narcotics.
El 21 de enero también metanfetamina en cristal. El 22 de enero vamos a ver qué es lo que menciona.
And the conspiracy would merge into the sales counts.
Y los cargos por confabulación se convierten en el mismo cargo con los cargos por la venta.
You want to testify as to what the drug was? Is he still there? He left. Oh, okay. He's
If you're curious about the drug on 122,
last one.
Especifica cuál es la droga.
apologies for interrupting the interpreter. On 122, it says they tried to locate the defendant to facilitate a purchase of methamphetamine.
Explica que en el 22 de enero intentaron localizar al acusado por venta de metanfetamina.
Okay, so then he handed, the UC handed him $60 of the official funds, city funds, and he got back narcotics.
Explica que en esta venta le entregaron $60 de los fondos de la ciudad y que le entregó entonces los narcóticos.
That they wanted to buy crystal meth, where does it say they did? It doesn't. So 22.
Aquí dice que tenía la intención de comprar, no de que se lo hicieron.
Second paragraph from the bottom, it says the defendant returned the UC vehicle, handled the UC the narcotics which he had asked for. The transaction was completed and the defendant left the area.
en el informe de arresto que la víctima no tenía ningún tipo de arma y que tampoco se veía que tuviese en la cintura ningún tipo de bulto, como que estaba cargando armas.
Additionally, the defendant himself says he never saw a weapon.
Además de que el acusado mismo dijo que nunca vio un arma.
The taxi driver went up to him, threatening, telling him to leave the spot, and he didn't know what he was gonna do.
El conductor de taxi fue el que se le acercó de manera amenazante diciéndole que se fuera del lugar y él no sabía lo que iba a hacer.
Looks like he was flagging the police down also to let them know what was going on because of his concern. So it appears to be in good faith, Judge.
Y al parecer mi cliente también estaba tratando de llamar la atención a la policía por lo que estaba sucediendo.
So you were ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are JR.
Se le ordena mantenerse alejado de la víctima cuyas iniciales son JR.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto o comunicación con la víctima, ya sea de manera directa, indirecta, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o mediante terceros.
Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Debe permanecer al menos a 500 pies de la víctima, de su hogar, lugar de estudios y lugar de empleo en todo momento.
Self-defense is a defense to the charge.
La defensa es la teoría de defensa es defensa propia.
I want to ask you to consider releasing Mr. Ayala as on recognizance.
Pido que el señor Ayala sea liberado bajo palabra.
Judge, I object to that. I do believe there's probable cause here, but I understand the circumstances and would agree to pretrial services or something like that until this is resolved.
Protesto, entiendo las circunstancias, pero me parece que hay motivo fundado. Estaría de acuerdo con que sea liberado bajo un programa hasta que el caso se esclarezca.
Sir, how long have you lived in Miami?
Señor, ¿hace cuánto tiempo que vive en Miami? Can't hear him.
Hace 4 años.
4 years.
Okay. There's probable cause for an attempted aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Sí, hay motivo fundado para intento de agresión con agravantes con arma mortífera.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $1,500. Have a good day. I'll order
Será
him.
liberado bajo un programa de no ser aceptado. La fianza alternativa es de $1,500.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Acevedo.
Acevedo's present. He speaks English.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for a case from July 3rd of 2023. The charge is battery by strangulation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So, are you currently living with Mrs. Hernandez? No.
No, ma'am.
I'm entering a stay away order from the alleged victim. Looks like his bondsman is here too. Stay away from the alleged victim, Wendy Hernandez, with the victim either. One second. Now, somebody came in, named Elizabeth came here for you as well. All right, so no contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order?
She may be here.
Oh, so she's here. Okay. Did you hire a bondsman, sir?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I thought you did. Bondsman reserve.
Hello, hi, how are you?
Hello, how can I help you? You're the victim in this case?
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay. Raise your right hand, be sworn in by our clerk.
Good morning. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Thank you. What is your name, please?
My name is Wendy.
Your full name, please.
Wendy Hernandez.
Okay, can I ask you, I've been calling for you to raise your hand. Why do you wait till after I read the stay away order to raise your hand?
Unfortunately, I was driving and then once I parked, I raised my hand.
No problem. So tell us why you're here. Are you afraid of Mr. Acevedo?
No, I am not.
You want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
No.
Okay, thank you. State any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, strike all that I read. I'm going to enter a modified stay away order from the alleged victim, Wendy Hernandez. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the modified stay away order? Only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted.
Yes, I understand. And may I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
For how long would I have to surrender my firearm? I don't mind,
It's up to
cooperating.
when the case is closed, depending on the result of the case, you can always find out, contact your attorney, reach out to the state and see if when you're eligible to get it back for as a division judge. Okay. While the case is pending, did you two ever live together?
We lived together before, yes.
All right. Okay. So yeah, I have to enter that stay away with the gun, requiring you not to possess any guns. That's what the law requires.
I don't mind cooperating. It's okay.
Okay. Did anybody hire a bondsman for him?
I'm not sure. I didn't have contact with anybody.
Somebody else who was here, Elizabeth?
I'm guessing someone did.
Oh, yes, that is my aunt.
I don't know if anybody hired a bondsman for him. That's what I'm just trying to find out.
okay.
Is there a bondsman here for him? No. Express bail bonds. So let me ask them.
Yes, yes.
How long were you hired for, Mr. Acevedo, express bail bonds? I don't know. They're raising their hand. I'll set a bond and I'll make it 20.
Right, bail bond.
Huh?
Right, bail bond. They were hired.
There is a bail bond. Okay, I'll set his bond at $2,500. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Wendy Hernandez. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes. We have a Creole interpreter here. Okay. Okay, first we're going to do the case for the female that I passed for the Creole interpreter. That is Miss Melusine at Declat.
Apologies, Your Honor. Could you please repeat the name for me so that I can write it down?
Her name is Milliene, Millienne, Millieneateclat. We need to swear you in, sir. Raise your right hand if you're sworn.
Good morning. Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Creole, Creole to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
I do.
Thank you. What is your name for the record?
My name is Yves Fontaine. I'm a state certified Haitian Creole interpreter.
Thank you. Right now, we're arrested for 1 count of child neglect, 1 count of resisting an officer with violence, and 1 count of aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer.
Madame, yo te arrêté ou avec une accusation de négliger Timoun, une accusation de résister avec violence, avec l'autre accusation de agression contre un policier.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Il a embauché un monde pour défendre nous dans l'État.
So her boyfriend dragged her 10-year-old daughter into the kitchen and put her hands on a hot stove, burning her hands.
Ménajou te prend petite fille ou là qui gagne 10 ans, li mette meni sous foua et li boule meni.
He called her mother, Miss Ada Clark, and told her what happened, but she never took her for medical care.
Li te rele mamani, Madame Adakla, li te dit ça passé et mamani pa jam menel pour la prendre soin médical.
Fortunately, an alert teacher at school noticed the victim's injuries and contacted law enforcement.
Heureusement que on professeur dans l'école petite là, te remarqué qu'il était blessé et il te contacté autorité.
So there's probable cause for child neglect. There's also probable cause. I don't know if it's resisting when she says she pushed an officer. She was, I guess, trying to not push the officers away or going to arrest her.
Donc, juge l'a dit qu'il y a une cause probable pour négligence de anti-moun petit. Il n'est pas connaît si il y a une cause probable pour affaire de résister à l'arrestation et avec police là.
Just probably
Pulled her arms away and begins swinging her fist. I would argue that that's the violence there, the resisting.
There's probable cause for child neglect, resisting an officer with violence, and battery on a law enforcement officer.
Il y a une cause probable pour négliger Timoun nan, pour résister et avec violence et pour agression contre un policier.
Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from your 10-year-old daughter, whose initials are ML.
Madame, yo mandé ou pour yo ordonné ou pour rester loin de petit ou qui gagne 10 ans que initial c'est ML.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
Pas gain aucun contact avec Timoun nan directement, indirectement, en personne, à l'écrit, à travers une troisième partie. Pas de contact du tout, du tout.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
Pas gain aucun contact avec victime nan à travers réseaux sociaux ou bien à travers aucun autre moyen électronique.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, and school at all times.
Et ou obligé de rester au moins 500 à 500 pieds de distance de victime nan, de l'école li et de la cali tout le temps.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
Pas faire aucune activité criminelle, pas posséder ni utiliser aucun drogue illégale.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
Pas utiliser ou bien pas posséder aucun arme à feu, aucun revolver, aucun arme ou bien aucun munition.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Obligé retourner au plus vite que possible, immédiatement, toutes armes qu'on gagne, permis de port armes cachées, toute bagage ça yo, c'est pour porter retourner par département police qui pi près ou et puis pour bas tribunal là ont reçu que vous fait ça.
In the event there is an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case,
Dans le cas que gagne un autre cas de dépendance qui sorti dans cas ça,
then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order.
si gagne toute l'ordre qui fait dans le cas de dépendance là concernant contact ou avec Timoun nan concernant droit de visite avec Timouna, concernant de sous Kakembe Timouna, tout l'autre ça yo, y a vin remplacer l'autre que Mbaouyo konya.
You understand the stay away order, that if dependency court allows you to have contact or supervised contact with your daughter, it will not be a violation of this court's order.
Pour comprendre l'ordre que Mbaouyo et que si gen l'autre l'ordre qui fait dans cas de dépendance là, la permet tout gain contact et droit de visite avec petite là. She's shaking her head, Your Honor.
I can't hear her.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I will give her pretrial services alternate bond.
Boye ou ça relè dans service avant procès et puis il y a bon en alternatif.
Count 1 will be $5,000. Count 2, resisting an officer with violence, will be $2,500. And count 3, battery on a law enforcement officer, will be $2,500. I'll put her in.
Premier compte là, il y a la go sous caution, pour la go sous caution, c'est $5,000. Deuxième compte là qui résistait avec violence, c'est $2,500. Troisième compte là qui c'est agression contre un policier, c'est $2,500.
Judge, that would be over state's objection. We would be asking for a standard bond.
I gave her standard bond. I also gave her pretrial. She has no priors, and she obviously exercised extremely poor judgment not getting her daughter medical care and choosing to protect somebody who victimized and hurt her child. I don't know if she can afford a bond. Ms. Corey, can she afford to pay a monetary bond?
Madame, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Est-ce qu'on est capable de payer caution yo? Comme ce $5,000, $2,500, $2,500? I don't have $1 with me.
Okay. So I'm okay with pretrial. That's to make sure she keeps all future court dates. The most important thing is she stays away from the child until she learns better parenting skills.
Donc, il y a d'accord pour aller dans sa processus avant procès. Mais ça qui est important pour nous, c'est pour être loin de Timoun.
Good day, ma'am.
Passons une bonne journée, madame.
Still need the Creole interpreter for the co-defendant, but let's make on one case first so that they're not brought in together.
I'm sorry.
I still need your services for the next case, but it's
okay.
Cases because I don't want her and the person who actually injured the child again.
Okay, I'll stand by, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you have Andre Waller? Oh, he's here now. He's there. I can do it now. He's there. Pardon me. Let me call up now Gregory, or I'm sorry, Georgie Almani. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for one count of I'm sorry, was he charged with aggravated or not? Sorry, you were charged with one count of aggravated child abuse.
Is this the witness, Your Honor?
No, he's the defendant. He needs a Creole.
Okay, that's the one you want me to interpret for, Your Honor?
Please, they brought him in.
Okay, you're chargé de un cas de assaut aggravé.
All right, so I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Il y a bon avocat de l'État pour défendre nous.
So he's the one who burned the victim's hand, put her hand on the stove, burning her hand because she pushed her brother.
C'est vous-même qui te prend mettre moun ou mettre sous foie pour brûler.
And the child had burn marks on her hand and that were from the stove's coils.
Et si moun nan te gen marque brûlé sous colis à cause de ti bagay ou rondel yo qui sous foie.
There is probable cause for aggravated child abuse.
Genyen cause probable ou abus grave de ti moun petit.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, the 10-year-old child whose initials are ML.
Monsieur, m'a ordonné ou pour être loin de victime nan, que initialis c'est ML.
No contact with the victim, alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone or through third parties.
Pas gen, pi ko prend aucun contact avec ti moun nan, soit directement, indirectement, en personne, à l'écrit, par téléphone ou bien à travers un troisième moun.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
Pas gen, prend contact avec victime nan à travers réseaux sociaux ou bien l'autre moyen électronique.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school at all times.
Aurait été au moins à une distance de 500 pieds de victime nan, soit dans l'école li ou bien la caille li, à tout temps.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
Puis gars participer dans aucune activité criminelle, puis gars posséder ou bien utiliser aucun drogue illégale.
Not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
Pas utiliser, acheter, armes à feu, revolver, armes ou bien aucun munition.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Pas obligé immédiatement remettre à la police qui pi près ou aucun arme qu'on gagne, aucun arme à feu, aucun permis de porter arme à feu, aucun bagage ça yo, et puis c'est pour bas tribunal là reçu qui montrait qu'on t'a fait ça.
And in the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case.
Si en cas, t'as gagné un l'autre cas de ça le tribunal de dépendance qui sorti dans cas ça.
That any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact and visitation with his child shall supersede or replace this court's order.
Tout l'ordre qui a bail dans le tribunal de dépendance concernant Timoun nan, y a vin dépasser l'ordre que m'a boyo qu'on y a là concernant contact et droit de visiter Timoun nan.
Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Vous comprenez l'ordre que m'a ou pour être loin de Timoun nan, monsieur?
You understand the
Est-ce que vous comprenez ça, juge l'a dit, pour être loin de Timoun nan?
Oui, une bonne question.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Allez, non, monsieur, posez non.
He understands your orders, Judge.
Okay, thank you. I'm setting a bond. It's a second degree felony aggravated child abuse. That will be $7,500.
Caution, c'est $7,500.
Good day, sir.
Your Honor, could I please have the spelling of Almoni, please?
A-L-M-O-N-Y. His first name is Georgy.
G-Y. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for your services.
Government. I'll be on standby until 12:30 if you need me.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Judge, one moment.
1 minute, Mr. Interpreter.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Amoni does not have funds for the bond, Judge. He's been sick and out of work for the last 3 years. Would Your Honor consider any alternate form of release? Would you consider house arrest? I don't see any prior history for him.
Madame nan dit comme ça que vous pas gain corps pour travailler depuis 3 ans, pas gain corps pour payer caution, il m'a des juges là, s'il ka considérer une autre option, ça pour yo kembo la caillou, ça les arrestation dans maison.
Mr. Auguste, do you have a response?
Monsieur Auguste, après répondre?
Judge, I would be asking for standard bond here. I'm not agreeing to any form of alternate release. It's the state's position. These are pretty egregious charges.
L'avocat pas d'accord pour aller son papier.
I happen to agree with the state. These are very serious charges. The facts are, It's just very violent and I don't believe that he should be given house arrest. I think a straight bond is warranted.
Juge a dit qu'il est d'accord avec l'autre avocat qui dit comme ça qu'il n'est pas d'accord pour revoir la caillou sous caution parce que l'accusation est sérieuse et violente.
You can always readdress the bond amount with the division judge if he's unable to post the bond.
On peut toujours parler avec le juge divisionnaire là concernant caution yo sous pas qu'à payer.
Okay, next we have on page 10. Can I go on this one? Page 10, we have Andre Waller. Thanks for the clear winter. You get out, Mr. Waller, you were arrested for dealing in stolen property and false verification to a pawnbroker. It's from July 21st. It looks like you pawned somebody's stolen chainsaw in a pawn store.
He's a violent felony offender, special concern. He has a probation warrant, no bond.
Hold for F19-8398. You'll see the division judge tomorrow. Count 1, dealing with stolen property is $5,000. Count 2, false verification to a pawnbroker is $2,500. Have a nice day. 5,000 and 2,500. Next is George Hernandez Leon. Page 10.
I need the Spanish interpreter for Mr. Hernandez Leon, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you there, Madam Interpreters here? Ms. Diaz? Was the interpreter? Miss Diaz, are you there? I'm gonna take a step to front.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for battery on a person aged 65 or older. This is a case from March 17th of 2025.
Buenos días, señor. Lo han arrestado por agresión física en contra de una persona mayor de 65 años. Eso es un incidente del 11 de marzo de 2025.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Voy a nombrarle a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
Right, so it's from March 17th, and he's upset that he thinks somebody's getting in front of him in the pharmacy.
17 de marzo se trata de un incidente porque se enojó con alguien que al parecer estaba tratando de adelantarse en la cola en la farmacia.
And he sticks his fingers in the victim's eyes and scratches
Dice
his.
que le pone los dedos en los ojos a la víctima y le araña.
So he's 76 and the victim is born in 1948.
That's his date of birth.
That's his date of birth. He's born in 1948.
There's no age.
No age for the victim.
El acusado tiene 66 años de edad. No tenemos aquí la edad de la víctima.
Ms. Sturgis, what do you show in your paperwork? How old is the victim?
He was born in 44.
Who's 80? Or 80? Okay.
La información de la víctima es que nació en el 1944.
So,
I know. Do you want me to try and get Officer Diaz on the phone quickly, reset it to the afternoon, and I can have him pop in?
I don't know what you want in terms of his release. Do you want to? The victim's 4 years older than him. He's 76, so the victim's 80 or 81.
Should I be fine with?
Entonces, podemos aplazar hasta esta tarde para que el detective Díaz se presente, o tenemos aquí que la víctima es 4 años mayor, tal vez 80, 81 años.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are AC.
Señor, se le ordena mantenerse alejado de la presunta víctima en este caso, cuyas iniciales son AC.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto o comunicación con la víctima, ya sea de manera directa, indirecta, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o mediante terceros.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school, and place of employment at all times.
Debe permanecer al menos a 500 pies de la víctima, de su hogar, lugar de estudios y lugar de empleo en todo momento.
So,
Is the court considering an alternate release like pretrial? I would not object to that in lieu of just going forward at this point, if defense counsel is fine with that, or we can reset it.
No hay protesta de la fiscalía si aceptamos un programa o un método de liberación alternativo a una fianza, o podemos esperar hasta esta tarde si la abogada de la defensa está de acuerdo.
now, if you want to stipulate or to probable cause, then I can pre-trial.
Yes, Judge.
Si acepta en cuanto al motivo fundado, le podemos dar un programa. Si
Also, the state wanted me to order him to stay away from Walgreens. He probably goes there for his prescription. So, sir, I'm going to caution you. Keep your hands to yourself when you go to the pharmacy. And you have to wait your turn. And if somebody gets in front of you, bite your lip and just deal with it. Because if you get rearrested, you'll be locked up in jail until your trial.
No voy a emitir la orden de alejamiento porque es en esta farmacia Walgreens en donde busca sus recetas, pero sí le advierto, señor, cuando vaya a esta farmacia, cuando regrese, tenga las manos para sí, no le ponga la mano encima a nadie, y si alguien se le trata de poner delante en la cola, muérdase el labio, porque si lo vuelven a arrestar va a estar en problemas.
Pre-trial services alternate bond would be $2,500.
Será liberado bajo el programa. De no ser aceptado, la fianza alternativa es de 2,500.
Good day, sir.
Buen día.
Next, we have Antonio Hall on page 10. For short, Carol, for a long time to get through this. Sir, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts, trespass, armed trespass, and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he's trespassing a large night. It's at a building in Miami. So he didn't want to leave the building and he started threatening that he had a knife and could use it. He left, then came back, threatening somebody else at the front door of the building. Can you give me a stay order?
I believe there's 2.
Okay, this is it. Yeah. Thank you.
There are 2, and one of them includes the address of the property.
Thank you, I have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victims and Alejandro Ruiz and Michael Bencomo. No contact with the alleged victims either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home, school, and place of employment at all times. Stay away from the building at 601 Northeast 27th Street in Miami, Florida. So Anything you care to say, Ms. Corey, before I rule?
No, Judge, thank you.
Count one, there's probable cause for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, $5,000 bond, count one, $5,000 bond, count two, count three, armed trespass is, it's $2,500. Count four, resisting without is 500, and count five is a borrower. Good day, sir. Next, we have Yohan Cruz Nunez, page 11. Next one. Good morning, sir.
Spanish, please.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called MDMA. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, señor. Lo han arrestado por tenencia de una sustancia regulada llamada MDMA. Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
Half alternate bond, it's $1,500.
Le vamos a conceder el programa TAP. La fianza alternativa es de $1,500 si no está aceptado.
You have to come back to court for your arraignment on May 15th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 3-2, Judge Carbarga.
Tiene que regresar para la lectura formal de cargos el día 15 de mayo a las 9 de la mañana en el juzgado sala 3-2 ante la juez Cabarga.
Have a good day.
Buen día, señor.
Ms. Diaz, thank you. I think Mr. Moran is here to replace you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Hi, Mr. Moran. Have you been sworn in today?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Thank you. So next is Andres Sarmiento. Detective Nunes, you should have said something. You would have had to wait all day here.
Andrés Sarmiento.
With respect to this next defendant, Ms. Corey, I sent an email. I don't know if you had an opportunity to review it.
Oh, no, I have. We'll need the Spanish interpreter.
Spanish interpreter present.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for two cases. One is from January 15th of 2025.
Fue arrestado por dos casos. Buenos días, señor. Uno es de enero 15 del 2025.
And the other, it's 3 counts of possession with conspiracy for possession with intent to sell crystal meth.
Y es 3 cargos de confabulación para la venta de crystal meth.
And unlawful use of a communications device.
Y el uso ilegal de un artefacto de comunicación.
Then you have another case from February 27th.
Otro caso de febrero 27.
The charge is trafficking in methamphetamine.
El cargo es traficar en metanfetamina.
Trafficking in ecstasy or MDMA.
Y traficar en ecstasy o MDMA.
3 counts of sale of a controlled substance within 1,000 feet of a park.
3 cargos de venta de sustancia controlada a un marco de 1,000 pies de un parque.
Possession with intent to sell cocaine.
Posesión con la intención de vender cocaína.
Possession of a place for purposes of trafficking in a controlled substance.
O también posesión de un sitio para traficar sustancia controlada.
And unlawful use of a communications device.
Y el uso ilegal de un artefacto de comunicación.
The Detective Nunes is here from the Miami Beach Police Department.
El detective Núñez se encuentra aquí de parte del Departamento de Policía de Miami Beach.
I don't know if he wishes to be heard in this case.
No sé si él desea ser escuchado en este caso.
I need a moment to review the arrest affidavits for probable causes.
Necesito también un tiempo para revisar los afidavis de arresto para ver si hay motivo fundado.
So I guess, Mr. Sarmiento is the person who's providing these illegal drugs, the crystal meth, to the co-defendant. He sells it then to the undercover officer.
El señor Sarmiento creo que es el que provee estas drogas legales para que se la venda entonces a la persona que entonces se la vende al oficial bajo cubierta.
Judge, with respect to both of these cases, the state would be asking.
He's asking if the interpreter could repeat that.
Está pidiendo que el intérprete lo puede repetir. Your Honor.
Yes, you want me to repeat it? He is the
I can repeat it if you want the last thing, Your Honor.
repeat it.
Yes, por favor. Sí, señor. Señor, ¿cree la juez dijo que cree que usted es la persona que proveía las drogas ilegales para que la otra persona, el coacusado, entonces fue a vendérselo a un oficial bajo cubierta?
Que usted me está diciendo que ellos creen, no están seguros.
You're saying that they believe so.
Yes, we believe so. That's why we're here.
Sí, por eso estamos aquí, porque creen. Eso mismo es.
The state is asking for a total bond here of $10,000 with house arrest, total lockdown.
La fiscalía pide aquí una fianza total de $10,000 con arresto a domicilio completamente encerrado.
Is that for this case or both cases?
Both cases.
Eso, la juez pregunta si es para este caso o ambos casos y la fiscal dice para ambos casos.
Ms. Corey, you have any objection?
Le pregunta a la jueza, la abogada Curry, si tiene alguna objeción.
That's for both cases, so there's other things going on here. Do you want to agree with that or no?
Eso es para ambos casos. Hay otras cosas que están pasando aquí. ¿Quiere estar de acuerdo con eso o no?
Quite a generous offer from the state.
Eso es una oferta bien generosa de parte de la fiscalía.
Mr. Sarmiento indicates that he has no funds because they were taken by the police. So at this point, he has no money for a bond. He is okay with house arrest.
Muy bien, el señor Sarmiento dice que no tiene fondo porque el dinero fue tomado por la policía. Él estaría bien para lo que es el arresto a domicilio.
Was that one of the offers, Ms. Sturgis?
Fue esa una de las ofertas, señora Sturgis.
I don't have authority, Judge, for that. I would have to, I'd have to consult.
No tengo la autoridad para ello, señoría. Tuviese que consultarlo.
This is a very generous offer considering all the charges that are pending here.
Considerando todos los cargos que están pendientes, la oferta que fue extendida es bien generosa, su señoría.
Do you want me to reset it for the afternoon to see if she can get authority, get it, just agree to house arrest?
Quiere que lo fije para por la tarde a ver si pueden obtener la autoridad para que sea solo arresto a domicilio.
I may be able, Judge, to just quickly pass it and try and get someone on the phone if you want to do that.
Just pass it for a few minutes.
Van a pasarlo por unos minutos.
Also, I'm ordering that you stay away from Flamingo Park with an address of 1245 Michigan Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida.
Muy bien, también le estoy ordenando que se mantenga alejado de Flamingo Park en dirección de 1245 Michigan Avenue en Miami Beach, Florida.
You're not allowed to go to that location, that park, and you must stay out of Flamingo Park.
No puede ir a ese sitio, tiene que mantenerse fuera de Flamingo Park.
You understand?
¿Entiende usted esa parte, señor?
I'll pass it for a few minutes.
Lo voy a pasar por unos minutos.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Gracias.
Okay, next we have this Train Lake, page 12. Bond. Thank you. Malcolm Bowe, page 14.
You refuse, Your Honor. We can waive his presence.
Point the public defender's office waive presence. The bond is $2,500. Can you please give Ms. Corey the victim's name?
I have it.
Okay.
I got it the other day. Thank you.
You said you was a refusal, right?
Yes.
Then we have page 14. Oh, he has two cases, excuse me. Is it the same one or? Oh, no, they gave me a new wave form. Why did we do that? Sorry, that's why there's two of the same wave forms. Second. On page 14, Alexander Paulina.
NBC. Waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office with his presence. There's probable cause for the charge $2,500. Pedro Flores McCollum.
Refused. Gracious, does he have a program on his other open felonies or just bond? Right, bond. We can waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office with presence. There's probable cause $2,500 with the bond.
You said 2,500, Your Honor?
Yeah, I see it. Well, it's 2,500. It's just third degree felony. Yeah, $2,500. On page 15.
He refused. I'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office with presence. Count 1 is threats to law enforcement. I'll set it at $500. Counts. Counts 2, 3, and 4. There's probable cause. So 2 is 150, 3 is 500, 4 is 150.
How much was 4?
4 is 100. If I say it wrong, a 4 will make it $1. Sorry, 4 is $1. 500, 150, 500, and $1. I forgot what you said. Refuse or NBC for Hall. That's what. Thank you. So the one case I passed, Mr. Moran, we're finished with the Spanish speakers. Or no, I'm sorry, we're not. Sarmiento needs it.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can address the court on Sarmiento now when he's brought back out.
Okay, Ms. Sturgis, what did you find out?
¿Qué averiguó, señora Sturgis, referente al señor Sarmiento?
I had an opportunity to speak with those who are able to offer me authority. I can't do anything other than the $10,000 plus plus house arrest, total lockdown.
It's, oh, that's the
Pude,
bond plus house arrest.
Correct.
pude hablar con las personas que me pudieran haber dado la autoridad, pero no puedo hacer más nada que la oferta de $10,000 más el arresto a domicilio con totalmente encerrado.
If he's unable to does not want to accept that, then I would ask the court to set straight bonds for these both of these cases, I should say.
Si no está dispuesto a aceptar eso, entonces le pido al tribunal que fije entonces lo que es la fianza monetaria directamente para ambos de estos casos.
Okay, Judge, I'll accept.
Bien.
So I just word on how you want to break it up.
I'll figure it out. Enough. Let me see something.
A ver, está mirando a ver cómo reparte todo.
Count one. On F-25-7570, count one, possession, conspiracy for the possession to sell a controlled substance.
En el cargo 1, el F-25-7560, con es la asociación ilícita para vender sustancia controlada.
It's actually counts 1 through 3. It'll be $500 bond each count.
El cargo del 1 al 3 serían 500 en cada cargo.
That's plus house arrest.
Más arresto a domicilio.
It's called level 1 total lockdown.
Eso está en nivel 1 totalmente encerrado.
Does he get a work exception if he has a legitimate job?
La juez pregunta si le dan excepción para poder trabajar si él tiene un trabajo legal. Pregunta a la fiscal.
Do you have a job, sir?
¿Usted tiene un trabajo, señor?
For Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
He won't be able to Uber Eats.
Judge, we would object to that.
It's
La fiscalía objeta.
one. You'll have to see the division judge. And then the other case.
The other count 4.
I'll count 4 is also $500.
Cargo 4 también $500, incluido.
Then the other case, there's 8 counts.
El otro cargo, caso hay 8 cargos.
So it counts 1 through 8, $1,000 bond each count.
Del cargo 1 al 8, $1,000 por cada cargo.
Plus house arrest level 1.
Más arresto a domicilio nivel 1.
So, sir, just stay out of Flamingo Park and stay in touch with your attorney.
Manténgase alejado de Flamingo Park, señor, y manténgase en contacto con su abogado.
Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día.
Judge, my sincere apologies. Can you please just repeat the breakdown?
Sure. On F-25-7570, it's 1 through 4, $500 each count. That's $2,000 total.
La juez está repitiendo que del F-25-7570, 4 cargos a 500 cada, $2,000. He's walking away.
And 1,000 for the rest, Judge.
Now, the other case counts 1 through 8, 1,000 each count, plus house arrest level 1.
Thank you.
That's it for the morning calendar. I'd like to see everybody. What do you think? 12:40, 1:45?
Yes, Sharon.
Would really go on at 1:45.
Enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon, and welcome to felony first appearance hearings. I am Judge Mindy Glazer. I will be presiding today. The first appearance hearings has been paid to all defendants. And everybody please stand up, raise your right hand, and this is one of our clerk. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please raise, get up and raise your right hand, please.
They're not responding. Corrections, are you there? Can we have them all stand up to be sworn in, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to make will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
You see, we don't have an interpreter yet. When we do, we'll swear in. If there's any if there's anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room. Let's get started. Can you attorneys announce state?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Sturgis on behalf of the State Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon. Ms. Correa, what's
I got the detective here, Judge, for the one PCH we reset.
Rebecca. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's this Trayvon Analyst here? What's one on the calendar? I don't have it. What's the paperwork?
7.
Okay. Paperwork. Good afternoon, Mr. Analyst. Sir, you were arrested. You were arrested for a case from April 14th. Yesterday, the charge is armed robbery with a weapon, and I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Mr. Tanis, please do not make any statements or comments about what happened while we're here in court today, okay? Thank you, sir.
Technically, there's probable cause for armed robbery with a weapon. They filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041. And since
Could actually find no probable cause for with a weapon. It just says it's a pointy object. They don't indicate it's a weapon. They don't even describe it. Other than that, they don't cover any sort of weapon. It looks like at best, maybe a strong or theft.
Judge, it's the state's position that they indicate that he used a pointy object, poking the victim on his left arm while taking the money, or the commissary bag, rather.
It doesn't describe it as a weapon, Judge.
Judge, he used it with force to take something. It doesn't have to be a deadly weapon here. It's
a pointy object. Probable cause for robbery with a weapon. This is no bond state. You give me a motion for pretrial detention.
Judge, armed robbery with a weapon is a first degree felony and one of the enumerated offenses.
Okay. I'm granting a state's motion for pretrial detention and final hearing. I have to hold you no bond. You can see a judge tomorrow. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Yes, sir. Good luck to you.
The probable cause findings over defense objection.
All right, corrections, you can take them back. Let me call up for the probable cause hearing, Gerda Toussaint. Do you want to promote your officer or detective?
Yes.
Judge, I would object to a probable cause hearing being held at this point for Ms. Toussaint's case. The arrest form in F-25-7521 indicates that she was arrested April the 13th at 1300, which would be 1 o'clock. Is now past the 48-hour period for the probable cause hearing, Judge. I would ask that you release Ms. Toussaint.
Ms. Sturgis, what's your response?
Judge, it's the state's position that we have done our due diligence in getting the officer here and we'd ask to be heard.
Well, doesn't the rule require probable cause to be established within 48 hours of someone's attention. And there you were supposed to subpoena this officer yesterday for the 1:30 calendar, and nobody appeared. And then again today for the morning calendar, nobody appeared, and now he comes in and it's more than 48 hours since you've been detained. Ms. Cora, what's the rule so I can review it?
Rule 3.133.
Thank you.
Section 4, it states if probable cause is not found or the specified time periods are not complied with, the defendant shall be released from custody.
I gotta find it. So it says in all cases in which a defendant is in custody, a non-adversarial probable cause determination shall be held for a judge within 48 hours from the time of the defendant's arrest. Provided, however, this proceeding shall not be required when a probable cause determination has previously been made by a judge and an arrest warrant issued. That's not the case here. The judge, after a showing of extraordinary circumstance, may continue the proceeding for not more than 24 hours beyond the 48-hour period. The judge, after showing an extraordinary circumstance still exists, may continue this proceeding for not more than, I just read that, not more than 24 additional hours following the expiration of the initial 24-hour continuance. The determination shall be made if the necessary proof is available at the time of the first appearance as required under Rule 3.130. But holding off the determination at that time shall not affect the fact that it is a non-adversary proceeding. So going to the first part of the rule, it's clear she wasn't brought a probable cause determination. Well, there was a probable cause determination. There was no probable cause. But finding a probable cause was not made within 48 hours from the time of arrest.
Judge, I would argue that the court thought that there was an extraordinary circumstance. This officer works a 2 to 12:30 shift and was off yesterday. And in our attempts to try and get him to come for this hearing, we were not able to do so until now based on this officer's schedule. We would ask that the court find that to be an extraordinary circumstance and allow this PCH to continue now. He is here before the court.
Okay, Ms. Corey?
It's not clear why you couldn't have responded earlier this morning. The state did not provide that information even earlier this morning, Judge. They had received a response from the officer. And then now it's after the 48-hour period, Judge?
I did my best while we were still continuing with court to get in touch with this officer, his sergeant, to do everything that I needed to do to bring him here today. I did that while we were handling other cases, and now we have him here.
It's not your fault. I think that they make rules because they should be followed and enforced. Is there any case law you have on that, Ms. Corey?
There's a Florida Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court. Chavez versus the state of Florida. This Florida Supreme Court case. 832 Southern Second, 730, and it's a 2002 case. Take a look at that. Give me a second. I'll pull up the case in a second. I can't find the section that it pertains to. The law of my nature. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Westlaw site, but I can't. Can't find. Is there a page you want to take me to? He said 8327777. For the second 730. 730, excuse me.
It's pretty clear it wasn't probable cause finding within 48 hours. That's why I'm asked to make a probable cause finding. And I don't think the fact that he's off yesterday is grounds to extend custody, extend time for making of a probable cause hearing. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the state will file an appeal. I'll have to do it that way. What?
I'm just gonna say the state has done its due diligence. He was unavailable. And it's a state's position that the case that we're reading, there was a 4-day delay. Here had hours delay, not days of a delay. And it's the state's position that this would meet the requirements, and we would ask the court to grant the extra 24 hours and hold the hearing now.
So she was arrested. It says on the arrest affidavit, in the body of it, arrest date April 13th, that's 1300 hours, which would be, is it like 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
But it says that this is, okay, that's when she was, so April 13th at 1 p.m. And today it's April 15th. And it's 2:10, so it's basically an hour and 10 minutes different. Is that?
Judge, he could have come in this morning and testified.
Okay, you know what? I understand, but I think
Judge, there's no extraordinary circumstance, just because they don't feel like coming in the morning because they had the day off the day before, or that they couldn't come in and testify by Zoom, even on a day off.
I don't think the statute envisions an hour and 10-minute delay. We start
40, it didn't say 48 hours. It has to be within 48 hours, Judge. Unless it's an extraordinary circumstance. Having a day off is not an extraordinary circumstance, Judge. If he was in the hospital, if there's a car accident, that would be more of an extraordinary circumstance. Having a day off might apply for yesterday, but what about all day this morning? We've had court since 9 o'clock. The officer wasn't here.
And we took a recess for lunch at what, 12:35? We were supposed to resume at 1:45, but the clerk came in a little bit late with the paperwork. I did one other case or two other cases, and I called her case first. I think there's no extraordinary, I'm sorry. There's no unreasonable delay. We can do this hearing now.
There's no extraordinary circumstance that the state is arguing that occurred this morning, that he could not appear this morning, or up until the time we finished court pretty late this morning, Judge, and there was no officer that appeared all morning long. They could have appeared. What's the extraordinary circumstance for not appearing in the morning?
This court did not order him to appear this morning. The court ordered to reset it for 1:45 this afternoon, which is when the state did its due diligence to get this officer to come here.
You should not sure what here. Pick up the phone and call them in earlier. I guess she's right. An hour and 10 minutes after.
I mean, if that, and then Judge, when correction says that the defendant's no longer there, I mean, at this point, how do we handle that?
So you put on testimony because her attorney is here. You could, there's nothing stopping the state from putting on testimony, swearing the officer in and giving testimony under oath, how she had custody or control over these drugs while armed. As alleged here, she's charged with
prepared to do that, Judge.
Charged with a life felony, and that's a serious matter. And the state has all of the power in the world. The officer should write up an arrest affidavit stating all the details to support what's on here. And I know it's busy and it's late, and he probably didn't he missed something, and it's okay, it happens. But Miss Corey, I'm going to agree with you. It should have been done in 48 hours, and because of that, I'm going to find no probable cause and release her outright on all of these charges. The state's still going to file charges. They still file the charges against you. It's just a violation of the 48-hour rule. But there's not enough to detain her.
Judge, the state objects to that ruling and objects to the no probable cause finding in the A form where this indicates the apartment is the same address where Miss Toussaint lives. It says that all of the drugs are there in plain view. And it's the state's position that she and the co-defendant both had possession of these drugs, and she can be charged accordingly.
Okay. There was a search warrant executed Was she in the home at the time the search warrant was executed? I don't see any details here stating how many people live in the home. This is the argument Ms. Corey made the other day. How many?
I apologize, the state attorney was not privy to her arguments.
Ms. Corey, go right ahead.
There's nothing tying Ms. Toussaint to the drugs. They're indicating to the police indicated they went to the hospital and found Ms. Toussaint at the hospital. And then later they completed a search warrant. So she wasn't at the home because it looks like they completed a search warrant at 10:20 in the morning.
Judge, respectfully, that's incorrect. The statement here reads, officers detained 2 juveniles and the defendant inside of the apartment pending further investigation. They
I'm
didn't,
not sure how she could be in the hospital and at the house at the same time.
I don't know that they're alleging she was in the hospital. I think that she took the person to the hospital, but she came back to the apartment with her 2 juveniles. And it says here that 2 juveniles and the defendant were inside the apartment pending further investigation, detained by the officers at that time while that investigation occurred. Then they conduct a protective sweep, and in plain view, they observe blood, drugs, and a shoebox with cash inside, the scale, and so on.
So the arrest form doesn't make any sense, Judge. They're saying that there's a gunshot that happened and they're responding to a gunshot at 3 o'clock in the morning or and they find Miss Toussaint at the hospital. So how can she be in 2 places at the same time?
Judge, it doesn't say they find her at the hospital. It says that they find her inside the apartment with 2 other children. It was later determined that the victim had been taken by the defendant to the hospital. And then I guess we have to assume, because it doesn't say how the defendant got home, but it says that the defendant was inside the apartment when the officers came to the apartment to investigate the gunshot. And they find the defendant and 2 juveniles in the apartment, and they found drugs in plain view. I don't really see where the issue is here. I don't see anything.
He went to the hospital to speak with her. It's not clear, and that's why we didn't find probable cause yesterday. What was it, on the 14th yesterday? So that being said, you can file an appeal, but I'm finding no probable cause for any of the charges here based on the arrest affidavit that I don't believe clearly indicates that Miss Verna Toussaint was in possession, control, custody of these drugs within that apartment at the time of the arrest. So I'm going to release her outright on all counts, and the state attorney's office may file charges, file an information, and they may readdress this with the division judge seeking to take you into custody. So make sure you keep all future court dates.
That is over state's strong objection, as the language here indicates that the defendant was inside the apartment when the officers arrived and conducted the search. And that the items were in plain view.
It says here she's in the hospital.
That was later, Judge. At the time that they came to the apartment and found the drugs and the blood and the guns, she was in the apartment with her 2, I don't know that they were her, with 2 juveniles.
Okay.
They're responding at 3:20 in the morning to gunshots.
Correct. And then at 10:20, there's a significant amount of time that passes here, Judge. But it's clear that she was in the apartment when they conducted the search.
I thought it was clear. I wouldn't release her outright. I would have found probable cause yesterday. It went through 2 state attorneys, Ms. F and Mr. Heinemann yesterday, and they both of them said, okay, we'll set up for a probable cause hearing. So that's what we're doing today, this morning, and Detective Baker wasn't here, and then we came in the afternoon after the 48-hour time period. So that's why it's released outright. Have a nice day. Thank you,
Detective. Objection, Judge. And going forward with respect to these cases, when I do get the officers on the phone with the court's permission, I will interrupt the court so that we can have that hearing right then and there to prevent this from going back. Correct?
I would have done it earlier this morning. You didn't ask.
and the court is not finding any sort of exceptional circumstances here.
No exception circumstances.
Overstate objection.
I think the 48-hour rule is very clear. The person has to be, a probable cause determination has to be made within 48 hours of the person's arrest. It was not done so here. And therefore, I'm releasing her right away. The state can still proceed and file formal charges. It doesn't say there's a minute exception or 5-minute exception or 15-minute exception. And I encourage, frankly, I encourage the state to take an appeal on this. Maybe the appellate court can give us more guidance on how this should be handled in the future. Okay. Next, we have Ms. Marin, page 1. Present, speaks English. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Ms. Marin indicates she has a place to stay. That's for pretrial.
Okay, any objections to pretrial?
No objection.
Pretrial services alternate bond will be $1,000. Have a nice day. Now we have Camilla Cordy, page 1. Good afternoon, ma'am, sir. 1 second. You were arrested in this case for battery by a detainee on another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. Your bond is $2,500. Have a nice day, ma'am.
You said $2,500?
That's $2,500.
If the court or defense needs, the first name is Curtine. Or the victim, sorry.
The victim's first name. Next, we have interpreters here. Has he been sworn in? No. Have you been sworn in today?
Yes, Judge. Today, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we have McCollum, Mordecai. Good afternoon.
Muy buenas tardes.
Which ma'am, he speaks Russian. Do you speak?
sorry.
What do you need a Russian interpreter?
English, no interpreter.
Okay, now you were arrested for a case, I guess yesterday, attempted strong robbery, false name after arrest, disorderly conduct, and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Probable cause for everything. Wasn't resisting with that. Oh, she gave the false name. Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Myrna Hinoso, or Hinojosa. No contact with that alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, the home, school, and place of employment at all times. I don't know, instead of attempted trauma, I think it's more of a tampering with the victim. She's trying to stop her from calling the police. Count one should be tampering with the victim. Ma'am, how long have you lived here in Miami?
She's been here about 2 months, Judge.
All right, count one, attempt is tampering with the victim, $1,000 bond. Count two, false name after arrest, there's probable cause, $500. Count three, disorderly conduct is $150, and count four, battery is $1,000. Have a good day, and stay away from the victim.
And from that store, Judge, Surf Style, please.
Stay away from that store called Surf Style Store at 421 Lincoln Road in Miami Beach, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Next case is Eric Knight, page 3. Good afternoon, Mr. Knight. You were arrested for the following charges: use of a firearm during a felony, carrying a concealed firearm, possession with intent to sell cocaine, openly carrying a weapon, and possession of cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So we should have been charged with armed possession with intent to sell cocaine. That's the correct charge. No, one, armed possession with intent to sell cocaine. I'm gonna set that at $10,000.
Judge, that's count one.
I'm sorry, pardon me, you're right. Count one, use of a firearm during a felony. You want $1 on that?
Yes.
$1, count one. Two, carrying a concealed firearm. There's probable cause, but you can't conceal a firearm. You're otherwise not allowed to have one. So that's with the drugs. 2,500. Count three is armed possession with intent to sell cocaine. That's $10,000. Count four. You want $1 an hour? Release that right. He's not openly carrying it. It's in his waistband.
ROR, please.
ROR, count four. Count five, possession of cannabis, ROR. And sir, I'm gonna order also that we stay away from the racetrack gas station at 11201 Southwest 216th Street, Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that racetrack gas station. You must stay away from there. Next is Joel Pineda, page 3.
Mr. Pineda's present, he speaks English.
Possession of cocaine and attempted tampering with evidence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Mr. Pineda indicates he has a friend he could stay with. Would you be willing to release him to pretrial?
No, he has open cases. An open trespass and drug case, possession of drug paraphernalia case. Okay, we can get drug counseling through TAP. TAP alternate bond, $2,500, count 1, and count 2, tampering is $2,500. You have to go to court for your arraignment on May 15th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 2-1. It's Judge Brinkley. Oh. What courtroom is that? It's courtroom 2-5 on May 15th. TAP, the case number is F257611. Thank you very much. Next is Sandy Herrera on page 3. He's out on bonds, hold for F242189. Good afternoon, Mr. Herrera. Do you speak English or need a Spanish interpreter? Sir, you were arrested for fraudulent use of a credit card over $100. Do you want the interpreter?
Desea el intérprete.
Okay. So public defender's office is appointed for you. There's probable cause. The bond is $2,500 and you'll see your judge tomorrow for your open case. Have a nice day. Next is Pedro Breeze, page 4. Good afternoon, Mr.
Spanish, please.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Caballero, usted ha sido arrestado por tener cocaína con usted. Le nombra a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Hay suficientes indicios que sustentan el cargo.
TAP alternate bond, $2,500.
Programa TAP, fianza alternativa, $2,500.
Sir, you're ordered to come back to court for your arraignment on May 15th at 9 a.m. courtroom 6-2.
Caballero, se ordena que usted regrese al tribunal para su lectura de cargos el día 15 de mayo a las 9 de la mañana, sala 6-2.
Next is Kirk Joseph, page 4.
Your Honor, may I please have the
Oh, I'm sorry. The case number is F257597. That's for Pedro. Mr. Pedro Ruiz. Pedro
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kirk Joseph. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Should have been charged with armed possession of cannabis.
It just says the gun was in the trunk.
Okay, well, there's probably,
It's not clear if the amount of over 20 included the glass jar or not. It's 21.0 grams. Let me add it all up.
21 grams of cannabis. It's a felony amount of cannabis. So, sir, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Technically, there's probable cause. Make sure to keep all future court dates. Go get a medical marijuana card if you feel that you need to really smoke that stuff. Okay, have a nice day. Just for the record, he has no prior arrest, no prior convictions. Next is Casper Lewis. Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. It's 19 prior theft convictions, so stay away from the CVS store at 591 Northeast 79th Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store. You must stay away from her, sir.
Not felony bond.
Hold for F 255534. Your bond is $2,500. Have a good day. Next is Romeo Gonzalez.
He's on felony bond. Speaks English.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez. So you were arrested for a case from April 11th. The charge is armed robbery with a weapon, false imprisonment, domestic battery or strangulation, criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're also out on felony bond. There's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow for case F2426215. So when they review. So I'm finding probable cause for the charges. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the victim whose initials are MV. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, with third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Oh, now I do.
Oh, okay. So let me tell you what's going on. You have a hold because you're out on felony bonds and you picked up a new charge. But besides that, because armed robbery, I guess armed robbery with a weapon is a first degree felony. So the state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. So you got to see the division judge tomorrow on the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. So count 1 armed robbery with a weapon is no bond. Count 2 false imprisonment is $2,500. Count 3 domestic battery by strangulation is $5,000 bond, and count 4 criminal mischief is $150. All right, good luck to you, sir.
The next case is Chester Lightburn. Good afternoon, Mr. Lightburn. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. It's from March 26th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from Walmart at 15885 Southwest 88th Street in Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from it, sir. He has no been resisting, it looks like. He came in on a bench warrant.
He received the straight bonds of 1,500 on both cases total.
He had an open petty theft case as well. I'm setting a bond. $2,500, sir. This year, have a good day. You post the bond to get out. Now we need Marvin Alvarez. Good afternoon, Mr. Alvarez. Sir, you got arrested for burglary with an assault or battery, a crime punishable by life in prison if you're found guilty, aggravated battery, battery by strangulation, tampering with the victim, and also criminal mischief. This is a case from March 31st. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it shouldn't be domestic. It says they have not lived together and have no children. So I think I put it down domestic stay away. Broke open the door, entered her apartment. She's in her bedroom. He pulls out a hammer, strikes her on the leg multiple times, leaving bruising. Okay. Choked her, restricting her breathing. Then he smashed her phone. Okay. There's probable cause for burglary with an assault or battery, an aggravated battery, battery by strangulation, and tampering with the victim of a first-degree felony and criminal mischief. There's no value. Just says the value of the phone. Although it said it's inoperable, but we don't really know the damages. He also damaged the door lock, $100. So, sir, you're ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are ACO. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow a secret report. Oh, actually, that's the domestic part. You can own the firearms. I did a non-domestic stay away order. It's just stay away from her, no contact with social media, and stay at least 500 feet away from her home. I'm not imposing a restriction with firearms, okay, because it's not technically domestic. All right, you understand that? The bad news is it's a first-degree felony, and the state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. It's actually a first-degree felony punishable by life in prison.
I haven't received a copy of the state's motion. Mr. Judicial, if you could send those to me.
Yes.
Thank you.
So count one is no bond. I'm granting it for the motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. Count two, aggravated battery, is $7,500. Count
Count 3 battery by strangulation, I'll set it at $2,500. Count 4, tampering with the victim. It's a first degree felony. I'm not sure if that's no bond or the offset is at $10,000. And count 5, criminal mischief will be $500. Good luck to you, sir. Now we have Dontavius Johnson. Good afternoon, sir. Somebody's been busy. Oh, 8 cases. That's why they scale orders. You know, when it's all the same story, she just does one. So he got arrested for 8 cases. It looks like retail theft. We'll go case by case. One's possession of a controlled substance. Let's start with F257620. It's a retail theft with a prior conviction from April 3rd of 2025. So he's stealing liquor and BJ's. He has 2 or more convictions. It's $336 and change. So there's probable cause for petty theft with a prior conviction. That bond's $2,500. Stay away from the BJ's wholesale store at 16200 Southwest 88th Street in Miami, Florida. So the next case is F257618. That's from March 28th. $472.89 worth of liquor. See if their case mentions the prior convictions. F257620 mentions the prior convictions. So probably cause for petty theft, 2 or more convictions, $2,500 bond. Next, the F257617. That's from January 31st. Again, BJ's liquor store. It's retail theft with a prior conviction. Here are the estimated stolen merchandise, which are just 48 bottles of Patron Anejo. I have no idea what that is, but it costs $2,310. Which probably cause for retail theft. That bond is $2,500. And we have F257604. It's from March 24th. It's over $2,600 of stolen clothing. You mentioned a bunch of different things. Anyway, stay away. Stay away from the store called DTLR at 2611 Northeast 10th Court in Homestead, Florida. The It's probable cause for retail theft. I was talking about that within coordination with other folks within 30 days. One step, it's mentioning a bunch of other steps. Let's see. I think it's just for retail theft. $2,500 bond at F257604. Now it's F257603 retail theft, which is multiple thefts for items within 30 days. This is from February 23rd. I get BJ's. Stolen property is $150. The probable cause for petty theft, 2 or more convictions, $2,500 bond. F257601 is a grand theft charge from February 13th. Here it's alleged to 5 Apple iPads valued over $2,300. This is from BrandsMart. So stay away from. Well, stay away from the BrandsMart store at 16051 South Dixie Highway, in Miami, Florida. I'm sorry, Palmetto Bay, Florida. Bond is $2,500. F257600. This is a retail theft. It says within 30 days or with others. It's from February 8th. There's probably cause for the charge of retail theft. Bond is $2,500. F257599 is from yesterday. It's possession of a controlled substance. It's 1 oxycodone, or 2.5 oxycodones in the subs. Bond is $2,500. Have a nice day. Now we have on page 7, Terrell Gates, 2 cases.
If you'll accept my apologies, I somehow missed this. So I have emailed a motion for pretrial detention signed by me to your JA.
Just send it to me. And
I can forward it to you.
I need a computer then, or you can send it to Renee. Renee, just, if you give me the computer, I can print it.
So send it to your honor.
Just send it to me and I'll have it printed.
Okay, I also copied Ms. Corey, and I'm gonna need the court's help. I have names, but I did not do the stay away orders, and again, I apologize.
No worries. Just give me a second to review the probable cause. So, an F257613, it's attempted armed robbery with a deadly weapon and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So let's see, victim sitting in her car. And then I guess Mr. Yates is walking around her car looking at her through the window. She gets concerned and calls So a witness became concerned, told the victim to come outside. The witness is sitting in a car. So the victim comes outside and she's approached by Mr. Yates, who's armed with a firearm. He presses the firearm against the victim's stomach, charged the firearm and stated, "Give me your money." She told the victim told him she didn't have any money. And then when he realized she didn't have any money, he fled. And the victim called the police. Victim positively identified Mr. Yates as the person who committed the attempted robbery. He also confessed to the robbery. So what is the name of the victim in F2576137613?
Yes. It's Jacqueline, Jacqueulin. Last name Morel, Morel.
You're ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Jacqueline Morel, no contact with her, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing. I need to stay away from this, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment. So count one, attempted armed robbery with a firearm, was a $7,500 bond. Count two, I don't see anything where, oh, he's a convicted felon. Count two, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is $7,500. You said there's a, the other one, is the other one completed? Otherwise, I'm not, yeah, it is.
Yes, Judge, it's charged as completed.
Okay. Give me 1 second, please. So the other case, he stole, he put a firearm against the victim's stomach. That's the same one? No, that's the other one. This is the other, sorry, F257612. He brandished the firearm, give me your wallet. They gave him his wallet, he took out $5 to $7 in cash, then returned the wallet. That was nice. And then the victim and the witness continued walking home. They saw a police officer and reported the incident. When he was taken into custody, they located $7 of cash on his person. While canvassing the area, they discovered a firearm in the driveway underneath the vehicle. The vehicle's tied up, and the witnesses positively identified the defendant as the person committing the robbery. So there's probable cause for armed robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon. That's no bond on count one. And count two, it mentions the other case, mentions he's a convicted felon. So count two is $7,500. Have a good day, sir. You'll see a judge tomorrow on granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing as to count one. Okay, now are we done? Nothing else? Good. Have a nice afternoon. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Hi, Judge.
Bye-bye. Take care.